magnetic field around the Earth, a similar magnetic field around an individual. We can see it in the structure of an entire whirlpool galaxy. We can see it in the structure of a small atom. At every scale, throughout its entire history, the universe has one single project. It's growing toruses. The universe is a torus growing factory.
I was startled to see her detailed sketches of the toroidal energy field that she said propelled the vehicle and protected the passengers. At the Sequoia Symposium gatherings, I learned of inventors who claimed they were using the torus dynamic as the basis for devices that generated energy without combustion. This revolutionary development, accessing what's sometimes called zero point or radiant or free energy, is now being called most simply new energy technology. Given that so much of the suffering in our world is the result of lack of access to energy, I realized that free, unlimited, clean energy would be one of the greatest breakthroughs in history. It could not just improve, but actually transform the quality of life on this planet. So I began to wonder who else knew about this pattern, or about this powerful potential energy source. Some of the scientists at the symposium showed me how the torus has been encoded by different cultures for millennia. Apparently, ancient cultures had embedded this code in the most enduring forms then possible, in stories, in icons, in alphabets, and buildings. Here we are at one of the world's oldest sacred sites, the Osirian Temple at Abydos, Egypt.
Very little writing is found in the Osirian Temple. However, there is one very significant piece of information in that temple. It is a very faint but clear and precise drawing. It's not etched into the rock, it's not carved, it's burnt into the atomic structure of the rock in some extraordinary way.
Nassim has decoded the Osirian symbol in 3 dimensions. Since our world is not two-dimensional, it makes sense that codes relaying information about our world also wouldn't be limited to flat designs. His 3-dimensional version of the Osirian symbol starts with the vector equilibrium, a perfectly balanced force field with 12 equal energy lines radiating out. They stabilize its center like the 12 spokes of a wheel. The primary pattern of balanced energy flow around this structure is the torus. Here we expand to the next larger scale with a total of 64 pyramids called tetrahedra. If we then put spheres in representing the toroidal energy field surrounding each of the pyramids, and then we drop away the pyramids, we end up with a matrix that is, amazingly, an exact overlay for the Osirian icon, a 3-dimensional model of the same pattern that was burned into the rock wall of the Egyptian temple thousands of years ago. Now we travel across continents, from Egypt to China, where the same geometry appears at another sacred site built in 1420.
Then you go to the Forbidden City, where the sun gods reside, and where you find at the entrance the food dogs. the guardians of the knowledge. They guard the knowledge under their paw.
The same geometry of 64 energy units is encoded again. I started wondering, is it just a coincidence that the exact same design appears in significant places on two different continents? But then Nassim showed me that this geometry of 64 is encoded time and again in cultures across the centuries and from all over the world. The Hebrew Kabbalistic tree of life creates the same structure we just saw, with the vector equilibrium again embedded at every level. The ancient Chinese system of wisdom called the I Ching is based on 64 hexagrams, symbols with 6 lines in a set, some continuous, some broken. These can be put together as the 6 edges of a tetrahedron, and together would form the 64 tetrahedron crystal. This same pattern shows up in modern scientific research. The double helix has an alphabet of 64 codons that are used to encode our human DNA. I had seen that there was advanced knowledge of the living geometry of the universe thousands of years ago, but how on earth did they know about it?
Most of the stories of ancient Egypt and Mayan and Incas talk about sun gods coming to the earth and teaching them engineering and writing and all of their science. I started to wonder if all these sun gods were not advanced civilization coming from another part of our galaxy. These texts and many ancient cultures describe them as coming in flying boats, or in the Vedic tradition, flying machines, and so on. There is many mention of these sun gods coming through time.
Could these early pilots from beyond our world be the ones responsible for sharing the knowledge of this code? Could they actually be tapping its power to propel themselves through the cosmos? This isn't where I thought my research would lead me, and these notions were rocking my world. But Nassim has impressive evidence to back up his theories, and I could see no other rational way advanced math and physics concepts would have been recorded over 3,000 years ago.
Geomusic. All of the universe and life in it are vibrations. Much like tiny atoms, we try to understand the space between these microscopic building blocks of life. We know that over 90% of atoms are simply space, nothing. Vibration of atoms are a key to comprehending the shadows of music. The cycles of heavenly bodies revolving around the stars create a natural cosmic symphony. Without punching any holes in logic, we can downsize this holy song into our own audible spectrum. Considering that the ancient architects used astronomical constant numbers in placing pyramids and other sky-viewed markers, one tends to suspect music as a key to unraveling such mysteries. What you're about to see is a demonstration of sound and musical relationships to the code. The code is a world grid system discovered by Munck. The code involves the mathematical relationships of thousands of sacred sites, pyramids, and mounds worldwide. The implications? Global positioning of monuments thousands of years ago, with no known computers or satellites. Yet these monuments are here for all to see. And the work of Carl Munck can be confirmed with our own U.S. geological maps. For the viewer who is not familiar with the code, at the end of this video, we will present the information on how to obtain the code. It is critical that you familiarize yourself with the code before viewing this presentation. For musicians, we urge you to observe closely. We would appreciate your support.
I would like to introduce James Furia. James has articles in national and international publications. He has taught piano and music theory for many years, and as a musician has played with such legendary artists as Chuck Berry and Skunk Baxter. Currently, he has created and advanced the theory of geomusic, the relationship of sound and music to geometrical and metaphysical shapes. And now, James Furia.
I am James Paul Furia, musician and composer. Now let's go over to the keyboard. Most people are not musicians, so let's begin. This is the chromatic scale. It simply is just one note right after the next. This is where the note repeats itself. It's called an octave because there's 8 degrees in the scale. In the chromatic scale, though, we have 12 notes before repeating. So you start here 1, and simply just going in order, chromatic order, one after the next. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then here's C again, where it repeats the octave. So we have 12 notes in the chromatic scale. Chromatic scale is just simply going one note right after the next. These are also called half steps. So from here to here is a half step. From here to here is a half step. This is a half step, half step, half step, half step, all the way up. To get scales, it's a formula of half steps and whole steps. A whole step is 2 half steps. So from C to D right here, this would be a whole step because it's 2 half steps. So here's the formula for any major scale in any key. Begin with any root. Let's take C. It's the easiest because it turns out to be all white keys. So you have C. This is the formula. Whole step, half step, whole step, whole step, whole step, half step. This formula can be played in any root. Let's take B. B, whole step, half step, whole step, whole step, whole step, half step. That is the formula for the major scale. It can be played in any root, in any key. But it is a formula, a mathematical formula. I realized, being a musician, that I actually am into math, although I never was before, until I realized that music is mathematical. So to get chords, we're taking off the scale. Let's use the C major scale because it's absolutely the easiest one. It's all white keys. In other words, no sharps or flats. These black keys are sharps and flats. To raise any note up a half step, it's a sharp. So if you're taking a note, say A, and lowering it a half step, it's called a flat. So this would be A flat, this would be A sharp. Anyway, C major is real easy. It's all white keys. So we just showed how to get the formula for any major scale. How to get the chords is, any chord is, we use intervals. So this being a major third, this being a minor third. In other words, we can use degrees of the scale. Now, a degree of the scale means you have first degree of the scale, or the root, second degree, third degree, the third, fourth degree, fifth degree, sixth, and seventh, and on up. So to get a chord, say we want a C major 7 chord, we use the root, third degree, fifth degree, and the seventh. Sounds like this. So for a simple chord, a C major chord, we have C, E, and G, the root, third, and fifth. So as you can see, it's derived from the major scale using those degrees, those intervals. Now we're going to see later in this presentation that the third is probably the most important one. It decides whether a chord is major or minor. So if you have a C major chord, you're using a major third from the major scale. To make it minor, all you do is lower the third 1/2 step. So you still have a root, third, and fifth, but just a minor third, because we lowered it 1/2 step. So you can hear the difference between minor and major. And the third is what does it all. You have the same root and fifth, lower the third, and you get minor. So this is just to show that thirds are very important in music theory. They're what create the major and minor chord. Now let's go up to the chart here. I started looking at music as being round, and I saw it as being a cycle of notes repeating, so I thought of a mathematical sequence. In fact, the only mathematical sequence that you can list all of the notes, these are 12 notes, all in 30-degree intervals. It's all of the notes of the scale, all the ones are there. But how could I list them without repeating? You can't do it in a circle of seconds or a circle of thirds because you repeat. So, but a circle of fifths, this is the perfect way to do it. So you go A, E, B, F sharp, C. These are all a fifth apart. Remember we showed earlier, fifth degree of the scale. Fifth degree of the scale from A would be E. Fifth degree of E would be B, and so on, all the way down until you get the fifth degree of D up here, which is A. So, hence, a circle. Music can be round or as a circle because it is a series of repeated notes. It's like telephone numbers. You can make almost an infinite combination of a few numbers. Well, you have 12 here, and there's almost an infinite amount of combinations you can do with these notes. But let's put it in a circle here because this is how we're going to get our geometric shapes. What I did next was I filled in the circle of fifths in chromatic order. So I took the notes that would just come next, simply, on the piano and filled them in. It's maybe a little hard to read, but what it does is it goes A sharp, B, C, C sharp, D, D sharp, E. So I filled in, making a total of 84 points on this wheel, which we'll find out later turns into a lot of things. But these, so now we have 7 octaves, a span of 7 octaves, and inside the circle of fifths, in chromatic order, the fill-in notes. So I thought this was extremely interesting. I sent it off to many people, and we'll get into that later. This next chart is very important. This is what happened when I decided to see what thirds would look like on this geometric wheel. So we can go back down to the piano here for a second. As I said before, thirds are very important, major and minor thirds. Now, what is a third again? It's the third degree of the scale, and it's an interval. So this is a third. If you want to go a third from E in this root, this would be the third. And it's a major third, it's a happy sound. So thirds are very important, and if we go back up to the chart here, we see that when I drew lines of all major thirds, so I went A, and what's the major third of A is C sharp, and the major third of C sharp is F. Major third of F is A. So I just connected the lines here, and here we have the shape of the triangle in the circle. I'm sure some of you may know what that means and what that's from. I thought it was extremely fascinating that one of the most important intervals and important, being thirds, is a triangle. And so what are minor thirds? Well, amazingly, minor thirds become squares. So we have, oh boy, G, going from G, let's start with E here. E, minor third of E is G. Going counterclockwise, this circle can work either way. Again, I forgot to mention, I am going to go back here that this can be played in any root, just like music can. You can take this and you can go and turn this triangle around so that if that were there, it would all work that way also. So we're going to show here again, minor thirds become squares. So we have E to G is a minor third, G to A sharp is a minor third, A sharp to C sharp is a minor third, from C sharp to E is a minor third. Creates a square, and again, you can go put it at any point on here, even with those fill-in notes, anywhere, and it's always going to be a square. Now, minor sounds like this. It's kind of a sad sound, but it's different than major. You can clearly hear the difference. A lot of people say that they're tone deaf, but I'm sure most of you can hear this difference. Major, minor. Minor's a little more scary here. Now, what I did was, I wanted to make sure that I did this formula correctly, circle of fifths, and I figured out, no, there is one other way to list an order of a mathematical sequence of notes without repeating the same note. And the other way is very simple, even more simple than the circle of fifths, the chromatic circle. So I decided to blend the two, just to double check this whole formula and make sure I'm on the right path here. And what I did was I overlaid, here's our circle of fifths, A, E, B, F sharp, and I laid over it a chromatic circle, just simply A to A sharp to B in order, just in order, note after the next. And what happened when I put these together, the notes that are common, all the A's, B's, C sharps, D sharps, F's, where all these points are, and I just drew lines, I didn't know what I was going to get. But the notes that are common, and when you connect the lines, create this shape. And I think we all know what this shape is. So I thought that was extremely interesting. So I began to move forward with this a little bit. Now, here's a doozy. This represents any major or minor scale. It is the seven-pointed star. It is sort of an occult symbol. In fact, if you could come back here on the camera, we need to see the whole chart here. Get the whole thing in the picture. Now, it is sort of an occult symbol. I've seen it in some works of Crowley. I've seen it, the sheriffs still use a seven-pointed star on their badges or their cars or whatever. Not quite like that one, but it's sort of an occult symbol. It's sort of hidden, hard to find the meaning. I'm sure if someone does know the meaning of this, they'll come forward with it, but it is sort of an ancient symbol. Anyways, what it represents, though, in geomusic and geomusic theory, is the major scale. And in fact, any major scale. So you could take this, and you could click this around to any root, and click it around, and it's going to represent any major or minor scale. Now let's go back to the piano here for a second. The reason why is I simply just connected the lines like, let's take G. G major scale has one sharp. Now, why is it any major or minor scale? Well, because it just depends on the root you use. If you use an E root, and musicians will know this, it's called the relative minor of any scale. So if you take G, and you go down 1, 2, 3 half steps, and you use this root of E, still using the same key signature, one sharp, you get E minor. So if you were to draw out this minor scale on the sound circle, it's the same shape. So back to the chart here. In other words, any major or minor scale is a seven-pointed star. Just for fun, I did the Egyptian scale, and I'm not quite sure what this symbol is, although I've had some people give me some ideas on what they think it is, and it's very shocking. But anyways, for fun, let's hear what this shape sounds like. So this is I use the Egyptian scale to so there we have the Egyptian scale and what it looks like. Now, I blended the major thirds and minor thirds to get this sort of a pyramid shape here. But if we go to the piano, I'm going to show you something very, very interesting. Back to the piano here again. Okay, now, why is this blend of major and minor so very important? Back to our very easy C major chord here. Now, how this chord is made is intervals. In other words, and this is for any chord, even minor or major, you take the root and you do major third. From there, you go minor third. So we have a blend of square and triangle of major third and minor third to create, yes, C major. Now you take any minor chord, and that'll work in any major chord. A major is A root, major third, minor third. Major thirds, minor thirds. That makes the chord. That's how we get it. And in minor also, it's just the opposite. You go A root, minor third, major third. So it's backwards. So in other words, this blend, another thing I wanted to say briefly on emotions is that a minor key invokes sort of a sad emotion. You can definitely feel and hear that. Whereas major is happy. You know, playful and happy. So, but this mix, this blend, which actually, here's a great example of it. I call this the pyramid chord. That's a total mix of major and minor, a blend in an entire circle. What I'm trying to say is that minor invokes sadness and major is more happy. So when you blend the two, you sort of have this version of male and female energies, or sad and happy emotions, or so happy I could cry emotions. And believe me, we'll find out later, music and emotions are very powerful. Let's go back up to the chart. We'll discuss a little bit later about emotion and music, and it's very powerful stuff. But that's the shape, the blend there. Now, this is truly the pyramid chord, or this is what it looks like in geometric form. What I've done here and why I call it a pyramid chord is it's a blend of major and minor intervals in a circle, meaning I've used all of them until I repeat. So it sounds like that. And again, I'm not quite sure what that shape is, but this is what it sounds like. And I call it the pyramid chord. This might take a little time here. This is augmented fourths. Let's go to the keyboard for just a second. I know we're jumping back and forth a lot here, but this is kind of an important find here. Okay, an augmented fourth. It's an interval. It sounds like this. It's horrible sounding. You could drive someone crazy with this. But actually, this interval was outlawed back in medieval times or whatever. And you don't hear it much, or in fact probably not at all in classical music. You were not allowed to play it. And seriously, if a piano player or composer wrote with this interval in it, he was accused of being a witch or a devil or whatever. So why was this outlawed? Why this interval? Well, it's extremely interesting. If we go back to the chart here, it represents a 180. In other words, we have from E to A sharp, that's an augmented fourth. From D to G sharp, that's an augmented fourth. F and B, augmented fourth. So all augmented fourths, so, I mean, if you tilt it, it's an exact 180, no matter where it is. If you want to go here, A straight down to D sharp, it'll always be a 180, a straight line through the circle. To me, this is interesting because this outlawed interval also, if we can get into the numbers just for a quick second, something else that was outlawed is that 666 number, or I'm sorry, it's not outlawed, it's, you know, people don't understand it or whatever, but actually, if you take all 12 notes and times it by the 180, you get that 216 number, 2160. 2160. So actually the 666, 6 times 6 times 6 equals 216. Now, what is interesting to me is this thing of augmented fourths here. Also may represent that great cycle number. So you're supposed to familiarize yourself with the code before watching this. The great cycle number 25,920. Well, it's 180. The great cycle, of course, is the ages, age of Aquarius, stuff like that, which lasts 2,160 years, where there's 12 of them, just like this big circle. And it's due to the precession of the equinox, or the precession of the Earth's tilt in its axis. Anyway, supposedly we're in a time right now that is 180 of that cycle, 6 ages from when it began, and so we're going into a new age, and this 180 that was outlawed, this interval, may represent sort of like the bent pyramid we get from Karl Munck, that equation 25,920 divided by 180, which may represent the augmented fourth, equals 144, or illumination, so we may be waking up soon. But basically what this is it's a Maltese cross. It's the Greek temples from overhead are laid out like that. And this is also, I found this symbol in Blythe, California. Blythe, California is much like Nazca, Peru. If you know about the Nazca lines, there's another set of them out here in California, in Blythe, California. It's near the border of Arizona. And this is one of the symbols, just like that, this shape inside a circle, next to some other stuff. Glyphs in the ground that can only be seen from the sky, much like the Nazca lines, which we'll break out a packet on the Nazca lines soon. Anyways, this is augmented fourths. They sound like this. It's horrible sounding. Of course, now in our modern age, we can play it without being accused of anything. Probably a lot of those heavy metal guys use it and stuff now to record their devil music. No, I'm just kidding. Let's see what we have next here. Okay, now is where we really get into some stuff, and I'm going to tilt it here, so you may have to get a different shot. But this basically is a representation of the cycles, frequency. I'm sure everybody's heard of A equaling 440, or at least if you're a musician and you know a little bit about music, you know that the international standard of tuning is A equaling 440. And what that means is 440 cycles per second, vibrations per second. And so basically what I did was I calculated all of the frequencies for each note, because this is going to be involved later in the presentation. The key ratio here is this 1.0594631. This is the number that if you take 440 and you times it by this number, you get the next note up. If you take the next note up, times it by this number, you get the next note. The entire site at Teotihuacan is laid out to this ratio, because what we're going to be leading into is relating this to pyramids, to the code, and we're going to see how music is absolutely involved with it all. As we said in the very beginning of the little introduction, everything is vibrations. So what happens when we decode these vibrations? I looked everywhere. Not many people are doing this work, and I haven't found anyone that's doing it the way that I'm doing it. So I've been looking around, and it's very hard to find anybody that's doing this type of work, although they are out there. And believe it or not, they're all different. All these references, I must have found 50 different references to get these cycles. They were all wrong. Finally, I came up with the correct one thanks to the help of a friend of mine who builds synthesizers, and finally broke out his book. And we got this number, and amazingly, this number is again, the ratio for the Teotihuacan site in meters according to this book, Mysteries of the Mexican Pyramids by Peter Tompkins, which we'll get into that later because this also represents light. See, music is light, vibration, sound is color and light, and this is the same ratio you can times to get the next color. So maybe in a future video we will get into color more, but you'll definitely be involved in this ratio. It's absolutely a musical ratio, and we're going to show later how that number relates to the Great Cycle and how in general music is related to everything in the pyramids and the code. And now we're going to take a brief pause and come right back. Before I begin this part, I would like to thank the very well-respected Carl Munck. Without him, I wouldn't be doing any of this work. Also, I want to thank Shaman Hannah, who provided the imagination for a new standard of tuning, 432, which is a gematria number. That's a whole thing in itself, the whole sort of ancient science of numbers. Anyways, I want to start by saying, when I asked a so-called mathematician with degrees in advanced calculus to help me understand math, I'll never forget that he was eager to help me until he understood my motives, which were to apply it to music. This individual got violently angry and refused to answer any mathematical questions. I realized that, like math, music is a universal language. In fact, music is math. With the reaction of my math friend, I decided to turn to our Los Angeles public library system. And I was sure to find at least, 100 books on the subject. I didn't find anything on math and music. Nothing on the net either. Kepler, Tesla, Keeley, Doppler, Carl Munck. In deeper investigation, one finds the groundwork that there's some stuff out there. It was the great Edgar Cayce that said that the pyramids were built on a song. Well, that's a big clue. I found out later that music is related to the pyramids. In fact, a lot of people know that have been down there to Teotihuacan, to the Sun and Moon Pyramid, that they're set up sort of acoustically. They're built in a certain way to be acoustic to whereas a chief or whoever could stand at the top of one pyramid and would be heard, by the whole crowd. So actually people have told me you stand on one pyramid and you can hear them talking. It's about a half mile away to the other, to the Moon Pyramid, but you can hear them talking as if they were right next to you. So it amplifies it and stuff. So they are set up sort of acoustically in a way, but I figured I could go on with this and figure out, how it's actually related to sound. So now I want to talk about this for a little while. How is it that a 5 or 6 piece band can command thousands or millions of people with their music? I've been on both ends of that side, where I've been at a concert, I'm just compelled to go to the stage, and what is that magnetic force or energy that makes you just drawn to the stage? And then I've had it the other way, where people just come up and they want to talk to me that would normally not talk to me at all. Because I was on the stage, so they're just like, I would ask you questions and all that kind of stuff. So I was wondering what, was that force or that compelling, how the musicians have been through the ages influencing people since time began, or since music began. So music invokes emotion, and math encodes music. Tuning chakras, sound healing. I'm sure you've all been to the chiropractor and they use sound healing on you. Well, there's a little bit more to it. I visited a friend who does sound healing with crystals and tuning forks, so that he will put certain stones, crystals, on your chakra points, 7 chakras, which could be related to music too. You have 7 notes, and hit a tuning fork. Put it on the stone or the crystal, and I've experienced this I was expecting really nothing to happen, but for 6 days after I had this happen, my whole being was vibrating and I really was tuned. So like we said in the beginning, the planets all make notes in their cycles, and that everything sort of is relevant to sound. But this thing with sound healing, with the numbers and with geomusic, we might be able to improve a little bit on sound healing and use certain types of stones, or I mean certain types of tuning forks, certain notes to produce an effect on the patient. And there are people that are working on that stuff too, but I've experienced it myself, so I do know that it works, tuning the chakras. I'd like to talk briefly about gematria, gematria numbers. They're in the code, 144 being the most sacred of all. I got all of these pages and pages of stuff, of letters that were sent to me, stuff from the shaman Hannah. We're assuming now that you've been paying attention to the code and know what the code is all about, that it's the grid system, proven by Karl Munck through the latitudes and longitudes and the positions of monuments and mounds to be all relative to one another and all laid out by maybe one master plan. And so all the stuff that I got on gematria got me started thinking about different tunings. We showed before that the international standard of tuning is 440. So what happens if we change that? See, there's a million conflicting references in the libraries of what the standard of tuning is. It was something different before the 1880s. And if you use 432 instead of 440, instead of these fractional numbers, you get basically whole numbers and gematria numbers that are linked to the code, that are used in the code a lot, 108, 216, all sorts of things. So actually, we might be blinded a little bit by our international standard of tuning. What I did do with our international standard of tuning is quite interesting. You can find this in the code newsletters. If you write to, we'll give out the address right now, Carl P. Munck, M-U-N-C-K, P.O. Box 147, Greenfield Center, New York, zip code 12833, and ask for some of the newsletters. You can find this one in there. Here's some of the linking that I did to pyramids and music. What I did was I applied the cycles per second, making A440, and I simply just divided it all into 12s. I divided up the music circle into 12s. And the measurement that in this book, Peter Tompkins, Mysteries of the Mexican Pyramids, they give a measurement of the distance between the sun and moon pyramids as being 763 meters. In feet, that's 2,053.333 feet. Well, by the relative orbital distance of Mercury, and it through a completely different way, I believe it was Hughes Hollister said that there was the Avenue of the Dead, which is in between the two pyramids, was like a guitar, the way it was laid out, the increments and the intervals, all being laid out to this ratio in meters. This one right here, this 105.94631. He saw that the sort of like frets on a guitar, that this Avenue of the Dead was laid out much like a guitar into that ratio. Well, I found that the amount of feet between them is 2,053.3. Well, strangely enough, the note B lies at that frequency, that exact frequency, if you take it and divide it into 12s. So you can find out more about that in the newsletters, and it's all laid out much better if you subscribe to the newsletters of the code. So that was one way of connecting it, and we'll get much more into that in a little bit. But gematria, 144, some of these numbers are used. I wanted to talk a little bit about Jordan Maxwell and his relationships to symbols and oil companies and things like that, and suggest to the viewer to get that video. has a lot to do with some of the Mason symbols and things that are related to the code also in certain ways, but related to how we are all controlled. And we can't really blame the government because we put them there. And it's about secret governments and lots of other stuff. But definitely Jordan Maxwell would check out all that stuff. I think that we're in such a state of denial that we really need to learn how to become informed in the first place and find these alternative information that is out there and that is real. In fact, don't just take what I say and believe anything I say about the code. Get it right to that address. All the numbers are correct. It can be checked out with maps and everything, and it's absolutely real. So there's a lost science. I mean, this other book here, Fingerprints of the Gods, I did a book review for this in Perceptions magazine, and they have an article about the code in Perceptions magazine also. But Fingerprints of the Gods basically proves or agrees with all of Carl's work without even knowing about any of it. This goes through a whole long series of explanations and proof and theories about lost civilizations, highly advanced civilizations that were around, the ones who are responsible for the code and these pyramids, and probably this whole music theory since it is related. It's another book that sort of confirms the whole thing. So basically what I'm saying is, don't just take what I say, go in and check out the information yourself, and go from there. And I want to talk a little bit also about the Earth grid and how it's being destroyed and wrecked. There's the site of warm mineral springs. They're dumping in pollutants to this fountain of youth. Ponce de Leon was searching for the fountain of youth in Florida, and if you read the code, you find out that the pyramids in Giza, they encode that the exact center intersect of warm mineral springs and pointing out that there's water there. How did they know that? I don't know, but I do know that right now it's being destroyed, it's being polluted, it's being wrecked. And I want to talk a little bit about this. There's a site right near here where I live. I call it Cardboard Hill. It's an Indian burial mound, and I'm absolutely sure it's part of the code. It's in there. It was wrecked and destroyed and covered up, and they built a big house on there. So my whole point is that there is, three things to sustain life: the air, food, and water, and we pollute all three. So we're ruining this ancient grid system. We're ruining it all. It's all being destroyed, and I think it's worth a mention. It's not only bad to ourselves, but to every life form on this planet, the destruction of these monuments, since they're not completely, fully figured out yet. Viracocha. This might take a little while. Viracocha, the demigod of Peru. This is actually where this symbol comes from. It came to me a different way, and then I was pointed out to it, just like I was pointed out to all this work through a series of lucid dreams. This is what led me to all this, and then it checked out to be all right, and I wondered what the symbol is, and it turns out this Viracocha, who, if you study the Nazca lines, is supposedly responsible for creating the Nazca lines. And all of the monuments and all these things, he came out of the sky. It's this whole long story, and he's holding this symbol. But my point is, if you look up the myths and legends and all that, Viracocha taught his lessons in a song. So we have another little tiny mini relationship of these sacred sites, like the Nazca lines, which is in there, which is related to song or music again. So we're going to get into some more concrete proof of this, but here's just some little ones. In fact, I'd like to show you the Nazca lines, because I had to go to about 20 different libraries to get this stuff, because I couldn't find a book on all of it. What the Nazca lines are is they're just miles and miles and miles of these lines that span out all over the place in Peru, and they can only be seen from the sky. So Carl just recently found out that they are in the code, and they are part of the code. They're one of the connections here. And basically Viracocha is the one who supposedly built them, although now it is still a mystery. We still do not know who really built the Nazca lines. The reason I mention this is this symbol also sort of looks like, this one on the wall over here, which is one of the Nazca lines. But if you want to get a shot or zoom in of that symbol right over there, is one of the Nazca lines. I will look for this packet. Okay, here we go. Why is this important? Why is this even in the video? Why is this involved at all? Well, this is what got me started. Through a whole series of experiences that led me to all this. Began with the Nazca lines. I had some very lucid dreams about the Nazca lines, the symbol. Let me try and find a good one here for you. This is basically from all these different libraries. I had to Xerox copies of books because it's hard to find a book with all of them, but there's about 200 animal figures also. Stuff like this. They're all in the code. This one on top here is called the hummingbird. And the reason why I even bring this up is that they were just recently discovered by Carl that they are in the code. They're very mysterious. No one's figured them out. Hundreds of feet, hundreds of miles long. There's thousands and thousands of them. And if I could just show you a couple more. I mentioned earlier about Blythe, California, and it's a similar figures in Blythe, California that are just like the Nazca lines, glyphs or markings in the ground that can only be seen from the air. As I showed earlier, that symbol of the augmented force. Here's one. I don't know how great you're going to get this. On top is another bird, and on the bottom is a dog. But if you go out and look, you can find this stuff. I know this isn't a great shot, but go out and look up the Nazca lines. They're in the code, and they're extremely interesting. They probably also have musical lessons in them, if that myth is true. Let me try and find one more here. I know there's a big spider. Here is the symbol that points the way to all the Nazca lines, this trident here, which can only be seen from the air, just like the other ones. Now, the reason I bring up Nazca lines is before I even knew about the code, and before I began geomusic or working anything with that, I was going nuts studying this for about 6 months, looking up the Nazca lines, reading about them, reading about Maria Wright, German mathematician, who was studying the lines for her entire life, found many astronomical relationships to them. What happened to me right after I started studying this is I got a visit from the Department of Defense, who came right to my house and basically said, don't study the Nazca lines. I didn't even think about it until later that, who was this guy? So I bring this up. It's part of the beginning of this work, is actually a whole study for about a year or two on UFOs, alien abductions, all this stuff that you read about that you normally think is nonsense. That there's a lot to it if you find the right information. Because there is a lot of nonsense about those types of subjects. But there's a lot of good mathematical stuff too, and I think the code is probably the best, even though it doesn't prove there was aliens or anything, but it proves there was this highly advanced, technologically proficient civilization that existed a long, long time ago. So here's just a little pyramid model that I constructed and put the symbol on there, because you can see that makes these squares around the pyramid. But basically, the pyramid shape itself, this is in another book, and it's proven that it preserves things. In other words, this is just made out of cardboard, but the shape itself, you could put a piece of meat under this and then another piece of meat out that's not under a pyramid, and the piece of meat that's under the pyramid is going to last much longer and be preserved more. Why? Just because of the shape. The shape itself is what focuses cosmic energies. Just like some of the hats and like a dunce cap that they used to wear, which would actually trigger things in your brain to make you smarter. So these shapes, just the shape itself, is very, very important. And of course, everything relates to music because everything is vibrations and cosmic energy and all that type of stuff is all musical, as we said in the little intro in the beginning, that it's all musical. Everything is vibrations. So there's this song that's playing out there with the planets. And I know we're jumping around a little bit here, but stuff like how did Beethoven compose after he became deaf? Through mathematics. He knew music theory. He didn't have to hear it. He just knew the math of music and was able to compose. So again, reiterating, math is music, music is math. So we're connecting something that's seemingly cold, math that's, boring or whatever, with music that's very, very emotional, rich with the power of emotions. We were talking about emotions earlier. It was Eric Clapton who said that he didn't know that he thought it was an experience that only happened to him, where he'd be on stage and he would get in a zone and he'd be playing his guitar and he'd be so engrossed in the music. And he'd be jamming out and he'd be in this zone where he could just do no wrong and make no mistake on his notes or anything, and really feel like he was outside himself, so that he's sort of outside himself, viewing himself, and he thought that he was the only person that this happened to. Well, all musicians have experienced this, and that it happens to almost everyone, where you get in this zone, this altered state from playing music. Why? Because music is mathematical, and it's related to the universe, it's related to everything, so everything is music. So what I'm trying to do is break this down and look at music on a more intricate level, look at the numbers of the frequencies and how they relate. We're going to get to that in a couple of seconds, how some of the numbers relate to these pyramids and all that. But it's definitely emotional, and it involves many, many, many things. It encompasses many, many things. Music does. So 432 is an important number if you want to use that standard of tuning. I did this with that standard of tuning. With the Temple of the Warriors, which is, I got this from the code. And the Temple of the Warriors basically has 20 statues or 20 posts on top, or tuning forks, or whatever you want to call them. And Carl has determined that the CI, the center intersect of it, is 20, which relates to that. I found that when you use the 432 scale, the latitude is the 2592, becomes an E note. And if you look at the diagram or go to the site, you can find out that they're split up into 4 sections. 4-4, which could mean a 4-4 timing. 4 could mean the key signature of E. There's also this one post that's in front of it that could mean 1 sharp for E minor. So maybe saying E in that standard of tuning. I much prefer this 440 tuning because I found some really interesting stuff with that. But what is important is because the frequency can change in temperature. You can have, say, concert tuning, which is 445. So depending on temperature, you'll have a different standard of tuning. So the standard of tuning doesn't matter. It's that interval. It's that way of relating it, no matter what standard of tuning you're in. So actually, if you go to the pyramids of Giza and use 441, all of the sides and angles and feet and the height of it and everything become notes. So there's notes all over the place. numerology or whatever you may want to call it. I don't know, but I wouldn't call it that. In the beginning, God said, "Let there be light." But before he said, "Let there be light," he said something. So sound came first. God spoke first. And sound always comes before light, because sound is converted into light, as we said earlier. So we want to touch on a few more points before we get into the concrete evidence here of how it's related, actually, in many different ways. I'm going to bring up a few other things. Basically, I mentioned the visit from the DoD. Also, what has happened is this video has been made a few times. The original version was sent out, and all the copies, except for one of them, were messed with in the mail, strangely erased, came out in black and white, ran off the tapes, stolen or whatever. So something's been going on with this video as far as it hasn't been able to get out there. So this is actually like the third or fourth copy. So the mail's definitely been tampered with as far as this video itself. When I first tried to make this, so these all could be coincidences. But if you read what Carl wrote in reaction to my articles on the sound circles, he mentions Project HARP and 30-degree intervals and many things. You got to look it up to where this theory can be used for thousands and thousands of applications. So there's actually thousands of applications for it. You know, we mentioned sound healing, the code, but there's millions more. You can use this for many things. So, we want to talk a little bit about that. And I'd like to take a brief pause before we will present the concrete evidence of the relationship of music and the pyramids. Temple of the Warriors Pyramid in Mexico. This is an overhead shot from above. This is from Carl Munck. It's in the code. It's his diagram. When we go into a 432 standard of tuning, this 25920, great cycle number, longitude of the place, and this 1296 both become E's. They're E notes. The frequency is an E. So we may have a key signature here. You have 12. These are the posts or statues or columns that are at the top of the thing. And right here you have a clear 12, a musical number. There's only 12 notes. And over here you have a clear 4/4 timing. 4 and 4. It's common time. It's 4 equaling a quarter note, 4 representing a quarter note equals 1 beat per measure, and 1 beat equals 1 quarter note. It's a time signature. Well, key signature is giving you however many sharps or flats are in the key signature, so you can write it on the sheet music paper and music can be followed. So this shows a key signature of E also, 4 sharps. Even this one guy here is 1 sharp would be E minor. So if you use a 432 standard of tuning, this thing becomes notes, E notes. And it's saying E major and E minor. It's that blend again. So another thing that I was looking at was I wanted to look at the degrees of this wheel. We have again the original music wheel with 84 points, 84 notes around the whole thing. So to find the amount of degrees, you could just simply take 360 degrees and divide it by 84, and you come up with the number 4.2857142. So if you want to relate this to the great cycle number 25920, you can divide. You take 25920 divide it by 4.2857142, the amount of degrees on each note, and it equals the nautical mile in feet, 6,048. So we have a relationship of this circle to dimensions of the Earth. Another good example of that would be to take the great cycle number, 25,920, and this is how we can get the musical ratio. We'll get to that in a second here. Here's the Pyramid of the Moon from Karl Munck. And Karl shows us 8 terraces, 3 and 5. So you have a total of 8. Well, there's only one key signature. It's a rare one, G sharp, that has 8 sharps in its key signature because of the double sharp. That's a little advanced technical for music theorists, but it has the double sharp, so it has 8 sharps. The key of G sharp has 8 sharps. This is showing us 8 terraces. Well, where it's located at, its center intersect. If you study the code, you know what that is. It's exactly where it is, the moon pyramid up here. Its center intersect is this number, 6.489245881. That is a G sharp note in a very, very low octave. If we go over to the original table of numbers and you go down and look up G sharp, it's 830.60937. Well, that's in that octave. To get any octave, as you can see, 440A, you just double. So an octave above 440A is going to be 880. So you just double. To go lower in an octave for G sharp, you just divide by 2, divide by 2, divide by 2. If you keep dividing by 2, you get the 6.489 number. So the Pyramid of the Moon is showing us 8 sharps, and its actual center intersect is a G sharp note. Now, as I said earlier, if you take a 441 standard, it all works with Giza, so the different temperatures for different standards of tuning. One last little equation here. If you take the great cycle number and you simply just do square root, you square root twice, 2 times. Then you divide it by 2, take out your calculators, and take 25,920, press square root twice, divide it by 2. That's bringing it down 1 octave. So, I'm sorry, bringing it down, yes, 1 octave if you divide it by 2. And you take that number and square root twice, divide by 2. You get that 6.3 ratio that in Hughes Hollister and Peter Tompkins' book says is related to the polar diameter of the Earth. Well, if you take that number, that 6.3, and you square root it 5 times, you get this exact number, 1.0594631. So in other words, this ratio, this musical ratio, this ratio to light, and this constant number in this whole music thing, is related to the great cycle number, which is in the code many times, as we saw, Temple of the Warriors, related to the ages and all that. So again, proving that music is related to the code and pyramids, and in actuality to everything. So we really must look at this. This video is the beginnings of an ongoing work that will continue. We're going to show at the very end how to obtain more information on geomusic, if that's what you wish. So basically you have the humble beginnings of a theory that could absolutely turn into something far much bigger. If the planets are notes, and if cycles and everything are notes, and the code is, and they're all relating to this, it certainly has much, much meaning and value to mankind.
I like to start, I always pick out a few good quotes that I feel kind of like sum up some of what I'm trying to do and what I think the great work over the years has been all about. And this is one of them that I find to be literally true over and over and over again as I go through and I learn. And I'm sure you've all read it. It's been up there about the last 5 minutes. But the thing I want to emphasize is the second sentence up there where it says, the remains of this knowledge are everywhere about us in everyday use and perfect. And I find this to be literally true. And part of what I try to do with my programs is to communicate to people this understanding of how these things are manifest in just the everyday world in ways that one even doesn't even begin to suspect, but they're there. And beginning to recognize the fact that there is a sacred component to our everyday life can be quite transformative when you realize that when you begin to ponder really how it ended up being there. So the last line there, it says its revival will point to a restoration of the period prior to the confusion of lip. That refers to a kind of a universal tradition, but it's certainly pretty prominent within the Judeo-Christian tradition, which is the idea that there was once a universal language, and this universal language fell into disuse as a result of some kind of a catastrophic event involving the destruction of in the Bible anyway, it's the great Tower of Babel that they're building. And it was appeared to the Lord that humans were going to achieve too much too quick. So actually, if you read the Old Testament account, it's pretty apparent there that they're talking about a plurality of gods, and they get together and they say, let us go down and there confound the tongue of man, otherwise he's going to be able to achieve anything and he's going to become like one of us. If you actually go in and read the words in the King James, you'll find that the reference is plural, and it's quite strikingly remindful of when one reads some of the Sumerian accounts when the Council of the Gods were gathering to determine the fate of mankind. In any case, that's what this is referring to, this idea that there was a universal language. So what is the universal language? It's symbolism. It's number and symbolism and form. And number, symbolism, and form are universal regardless of the spoken tongue, which one happens to have been brought up in. And hopefully in the next hour, hour and a half, I'm going to be showing you examples of this so that you can see for yourself what actually the universal language of geometry and symbolism actually means. So we're going to jump right into it here and talk about sacred numbers embedded in everyday phenomena. These are the things that we all pretty much think about and use on a daily basis without ever really pondering the fact that there's actually deep symbolism hidden within them. We measure our life in terms of days, of 24 hours, referred to as a tropical or solar day. And it turns out that 24 of these hours are 1,440 minutes. This is one of the key numbers within the ancient canon of numerical cosmology that the ancients used to basically design and create their world. The 1,440 minutes equates to 86,400 seconds. So if you just listen to these numbers, look at them, and let them kind of soak into your brain, once you've gotten into this as actually a system, a methodology of transmitting information, these numbers are actually carriers of information because each number stands for meanings beyond just the apparent ones. So we see 1,440 minutes is equal to 86,400 seconds, and a 12-hour span of time, which is usually represented on the clock, 720 minutes, which equals 43,200 seconds. So just look at those numbers. You'll think that obviously 43,200 is half of 86,400. The 1,440, we're going to encounter that number again here momentarily. So these are just examples of some of the time measures, how we think about time in our particular culture. Space measure, we talk about a foot, we talk about of 12 inches, we talk about a square foot, and you'll notice that the square foot has the same repetition of digits, 144, as the 24 hours does. All we do is we tack a 0 on that, and we have the number of minutes in a day. 144 square inches. Now it turns out that if you ever read the book of Revelations, which I highly recommend if you're interested in symbolism and esoterica, the book of Revelations talks about the holy city which was revealed to St. John the Divine in a vision on the mountaintop. And a man with a measuring line reveals to him this vision of the holy city. And the holy city is described as having a wall around it, and the wall is described as being 144 cubits. We'll see the actual quote in a few minutes here. But that number is preserved in the scriptural writings. We have a cubic foot equaling 1728. I want to call your attention to the 1 square yard, which is 1,296 inches. As it turns out, we could stick a 0 on the end of that, and we have 12,960 years, which turns out to be an awesomely important span of time in terms of some of the great cycles that affect this planet, and that's what we're going to be getting to. Geometry, everybody knows that a circumference of a circle is divided into 360 degrees, and that 360 degrees of arc, because each degree is subdivided into minutes of arc, there is then 60 times 360, as it says there, 21,600. And then you'll notice the 21,600 minutes of arc equals 1,296,000 seconds of arc. That's a mighty fine subdivision of a circle that would be used mostly by astronomers to measure the motion of distant stars. But notice that number, 1,296,000, and you'll see that it's the same number, just raised by 3 orders of magnitude as the number of square inches in a square yard. Okay, now another thing you might notice about most of these numbers from 1440 to 8640, 43,200, 144, 1728, 36, 1296 is that they all Kabbalistically add up and reduce to the single digit 9. Notice that, all of them. Pick any one of them, other than, say, with the exception of 24, but 1440 adds and reduces to a single digit 9. 1296, you'll notice the same thing. 1 and 2 and 9 and 6 is 18, which adds to a 9. Okay, so if you're taking notes, write these down or make mental notes of these numbers, because these are the numbers we're going to be encountering now as we progress through this journey here into the hidden mathematics. So we will start by looking at how some of these same numbers and other numbers are associated with the measures of geometry. And here we have what I refer to as the alphabet of sacred geometry, and these are the simplest forms. These are the polygons. You have a circle, which is actually not a polygon, but we have an equilateral triangle, a square, and a pentagon. And each of these can be measured by the number of degrees that determine the angles of the sides. So, for example, we look at a circle, which is just a special case of an ellipse with eccentricity of 0. We've covered this already, so let's go right to the equilateral triangle, and we'll see it's 60, 60, and 60, which equals 180 degrees. Again, notice that we've got the number 9 recurring. We go to the square, which is 4 times 90 degrees. The total number of degrees defining the square is 360, the same as the circle, the same as the measure of a circle. And we measure the polygons by essentially measuring the angles of the vertices or the corners. So then likewise with the pentagon, each of the angles between successive edges is 108 degrees. So you multiply the 108 times 5 and you get 540. Again, notice, everything adds up to 9 for some strange reason. 108 is going to turn out to be a very important number. It's a lunar number, as you're going to see. 108, anybody know what metal has an atomic weight of silver? Atomic weight of 108? Yes, that's right, it's silver. Very good. All right, so let's get into some of the solids. Tetrahedron is this form right here, and it's composed of 4 of the equilateral triangles. So we have, as it says here, there's 4 triangular faces. 4 times 180 is 720 degrees. That is the total angular measure of this particular geometric form. This is known as one of the platonic solids, or regular polyhedra. Polyhedra means multiple faces, and the regular polyhedra is the family of 5. There's only 5 that have the same shape or the same polygonal face. In this case, the equilateral triangle. And then we will move on to the cube. And the cube is 6 faces, and they're each square, and we saw that each of those square faces had 360 degrees, 6 times 360. The important thing is to grasp that the total number of degrees in this form is 2,160. 2,160. And we're going to find out that that number actually turns out to be pretty significant in the measure of other parts of time and space. Then we'll go to the octahedron, and it has 8 triangular faces. This is our octahedron right here. And they're all, you'll notice that so far the tetrahedron and the octahedron are both composed of triangular, equilateral triangular faces. And essentially, if you look at the difference between the tetrahedron and the octahedron, you could just imagine it if we could take the tetrahedron and split it along an edge and insert a 4th triangular face, it would cause it to flatten out somewhat, and it would give us the top half of the octahedron. And likewise, we could insert a 5th equilateral triangle in here, and it's going to give us the icosahedron, which I'll show you in a minute. If we tried to insert a 6th one, though, we'd discover that the whole thing flattened out into 2 dimensions. So that wouldn't work as far as enclosing space. So in any case, notice we're seeing a recurrence of this number that we saw, 1440. Remember, we saw that number back right here, the number of minutes in a day. So let that relationship sink in. The number of minutes in the time that it takes our Earth to spin exactly once on its axis relative to the sun happens to be the same number of degrees that define the octahedron. And that's actually what we're talking about there when we're talking about a tropical or solar day. We're talking about exactly one rotation of the Earth on its axis relative to the sun. Okay. Then we have the icosahedron, which is 20 faces, all equilateral triangles. You can see if you look at the vertex of this thing, you see that there are 5 faces clustered around each vertex. So if we were to split an edge, insert another triangle, what it would happen is it would flatten out into a hexagon, a flat hexagon, with 6 equilateral triangles about its center. In any case, there are 20 of these triangular faces. 20 times 180 is 3,600. So again, we have one of our 9s. And then our final is our dodecahedron, my favorite shape. This is what Plato referred to the dodecahedron as being the shape of the universe itself. The dodecahedron, you'll notice, has 12 faces, 20 vertices, whereas the icosahedron has 20 faces and 12 vertices. So they're duals of each other. We could actually suspend this icosahedron. If the dodecahedron was hollow, we could put it inside, and we would discover that each corner of the icosahedron coincided with the center of the pentagonal face of the dodecahedron. Okay, each pentagonal face, as we found out, each edge was 108. 5 times 108 is 540. 12 times 540, as it says, is 6,480. So again, we've got the number 9 redundantly occurring over and over again in these measures. Okay, 6,480 turns out to be a critically important number as well, as you're going to see as we proceed along here. Oh, and then we have the star tetrahedron, which would be 2 tetrahedrons interlaced, and I don't have one of those today, but if you can picture a tetrahedron like this and then one like this interlaced, it gives you this, what's known as sometimes the star tetrahedron or the stellated octahedron. It is composed of 2 tetrahedrons, each of 720. So here again now you're seeing the repetition of this same number, 1440, being the measure of the star tetrahedron. Okay, so now we're going to talk about time measures. The first thing we're going to look at is astrological time cycles. I don't know how many of you have studied astrology, but in this particular scheme of time, the total duration of the precessional cycle, which is 25,920 years, this is the motion of the Earth on its axis like this, or you could think of it like this. The axis of the Earth actually forms sort of an hourglass motion, a long, slow period of rotation. You could consider it Earth's third motion, next to its first motion, which is the daily rotation of the Earth on its axis, its second motion, which is the orbit of the Earth around the Sun, and its third motion, which is the precession of the Earth's axis. The diurnal or daily rotation of the Earth on its axis gives us the day-night cycle, which is obviously of critical importance to our life down here on Earth. The orbit around the Sun also is likewise of critical importance because that's the yearly cycle. The third motion is what the ancients referred to as the Great Year. And it's been measured by astronomers at slightly over 50 seconds of arc of motion per year, which actually puts the astronomically determined number slightly less than this one. But we don't know that that's necessarily constant for the whole cycle. In any case, the ancient number that was typically attributed to this great year cycle was 25,920 years. That great year was considered to be analogous to our annual year. And just as the annual year was divided into 4 seasons of spring, summer, winter, and fall, likewise, the great year was divided into 4 great seasons, symbolized by the 4 fixed signs of the zodiac: the bull, the lion, the eagle, and the man or the angel. If you divide 25,920 by 4 to determine the duration of each season, you'll discover that it's 6,480 years, which is interesting because 6,480 years, as you recall, was the total measure of the dodecahedron. So here we have this same number linking the measure of space in terms of the dodecahedron, 6,480 degrees, and the season of the great year, which was considered to be profoundly important to ancient cultures all over the world, who had various ways of representing this 4-fold division of cyclical time. All right, then we have, from the ancient Chaldeans, we have what was known as the Saros cycle, which was 3,600 years. So we see a repetition of that number. The 3,600, if you recalling and are taking notes, is the number of degrees measuring the icosahedron. Then we have the decans. You'll notice that a platonic month, which is 1/12 of the great year, right there. You divide that number by 12, you get this number, 2,160. And that number, you may recall, depending on how good your memory is the number of degrees measuring the cube, 2,160. And then you'll notice the 2 decans of the ecliptic, or 20 degrees of the ecliptic, is 1,440, the number of degrees in the octahedron. And 1 decan, or 10 degrees, for any of you who've studied astrology, you know that the decans are important to astrological determinations. 1 decan of 10 degrees then takes 720 years. And so here we have all 5 of the platonic solids represented in these particular time cycles. And over here, I'm going to mention that ancient cultures all over the world used to run 2 calendars successively: a secular calendar, which is typically like our modern calendar of 365 1/4 days, and then they would have a sacred calendar of 360 days, and 5 days intercalated, they would call it. And typically, they would do, whether it was the Greeks or the Egyptians or even the Mayans, ancient cultures all over the world had similar traditions of setting those 5 days aside, and they were considered to be unlucky. And so really no work, no activity, nothing. Nobody ever tried to do anything on those days. They would just take those days off. 5 days off, and then they would resume again and pick up their sacred year of 360 degrees. Now, the Sumerians had a belief that the year was once actually 360 days in length, and that somewhere along, as a result of some cosmic catastrophe of some undefined sort, the year was lengthened by 5 1/4 days. And so the Sumerians, who are the first known culture to mathematically divide the circle into 360 degrees, it is believed that one of their motives for doing so was they believed that that circle then could become a model of the year, and each degree then representing 1 day. So What we have now is a synchrony going on, in that if the year, the idealized or sacred year, is 360 days, then what we have, if you actually picture it, is that the Earth is describing a circle in its orbit, but then in each degree of motion around that circle, it's turned once on its axis. So what we have there is a synchronization of this cosmic motion representing these numbers. So in any case, the ancient cultures would reckon time measure by 360 days according to the sacred calendar. And by doing so, they could then divide that 360 days of the sacred year into subdivisions such as this right over here. And we'll just run through that very quickly. You'll notice that one decan turns out to be 10 days within the sacred calendar, and that's exactly 14,400 minutes. So here we have the same numbers recurring again. You'll notice, though, that the number, the symbolism of the number is not lost, or the system of the symbolism of the number is consistent irrespective of its order of magnitude. So in other words, you could say the square of 12 being 144 has the same symbolism as 144 times 10, or 144 times 100, as you have right here, or even 144 times 1,000. Again, referring back to the book of Revelations, there's a verse in there referring to the 144,000 redeemed of the earth. And we'll get to that here shortly. That's an interesting quote, because they have various ways of embedding these sacred numbers into the various traditions. You'll notice that 3 decans, or one platonic month, in the platonic year was 2,160 years, but in the sacred year of 360 days, again, there's that 43,200. So, and go down here, the one platonic season of 6,480 years, 129,600. So if you're taking notes and writing these down, you're going to find it, you're writing down the same numbers over and over again, simply raised to different orders of magnitude. Okay. This is just a little graphic that depicts this precessional motion that I'm talking about here. This motion right here, that is generally assumed by most astronomers to be primarily induced onto the Earth by the moon, secondarily by the sun, and then also a contributing factor by the planets. So it's almost, you could almost think of this precessional motion of the Earth's axis as being the vectoral summation of all the gravity forces of the solar system acting on the Earth, causing it acting. See, when the planet rotates on its axis, and this is a critical factor, as it rotates on its axis, it spreads out towards the middle. Its equatorial diameter is greater than its polar diameter. And that, in fact, is critical to the Earth maintaining axial stability, so that it's not doing this in its orbit around the sun. Because if it was doing that, it's likely that higher life would have never evolved in the first place. But due to the fact that it spins, it spreads out so that the diameter of the equator is 26 miles greater than the diameter of the pole. The sum total of all the gravity forces impinging upon the Earth from moon, sun, and planets acts upon that bulge as if it was a flywheel, and is actually pulling it around. And it's that leads to the great year. And what it does is, over a period of half the great year, 12,960 years, is it reverses the seasons. So that if we were able to jump in a time machine and go back 12,960 or ahead 12,960, we would find that everything was reversed. If we would keep the same Gregorian calendar in place, the seasons would have been reversed, so that winter would be July and summer would be, in fact, and then what we would see is that hemispherically, like we know that when it's winter in the northern hemisphere, it's summer in the southern hemisphere. Well, those seasons would be reversed. They flip. It's a back and forth. It's an oscillation between the two hemispheres of the Earth over a period of 12,960 years. This shows the wheel of the great year with all of the ages, the astrological months as they're known. And if we were to place ourselves right at this position right here where it says 0 years BP, BP means before present, And it also is 25,920 years. So what has been happening is that the vernal equinox, a hypothetical point in space occupied by the sun, when day and night are the exact same duration, that vernal point is moving through space as a result of this axial motion of the Earth. And ancient peoples would go to great lengths to try to observe and predict that motion. So they would set up structures, oftentimes on a very large scale, that would be oriented to certain points in space, so that one could, from certain vantage points, such as the center of a ringed megalithic structure, for example, or the center of a temple that had an axial orientation to a certain point on the horizon, one could make minute observations of this slowly shifting vernal equinox, or, for example, the solstices. The vernal equinox and the solstices are two lines in space that are at right angles to each other. I'll show you a graphic in a minute. But in any case, as we go around this wheel, this great wheel here, this wheel of this cosmic wheel, what we're going to see is that each of these is a zodiacal sign. We have here Pisces. We have here Aquarius. So now the vernal equinox is poised. It's moving out of the star constellation of Pisces, moving into the star constellation of Aquarius. And so we say that roughly for the last 2,000, or if we want to be precise, 2,160 years, the vernal equinox has been transiting the constellation of Pisces, and therefore we've been in the Piscean age. Prior to that was Aries. Prior to that was Taurus. We find that the beginning of modern recorded history goes back to the Taurian age. We can essentially express all of recorded human history between the latter part of the Taurian age through the age of Aries, the age of Pisces, and now into the age of Aquarius, right? Okay, if we go back, we'll notice though that the numbers here are the same numbers, the same family of numbers we've been looking at here. 2160, 4320, 6480, 8640, 10,800. We saw the number 108. I called your attention to that when I was asking you what was the atomic weight of silver and which metal, which astronomical object is silver associated with? The moon, yes. 12,960 puts us exactly on the opposite end of the equinoctial axis, and then we see at right angles to each other we have, this is the autumn-spring axis, and this is the summer-winter axis. And they're at right angles to each other, and the whole thing is rotating. You've got a picture that this propeller is rotating counterclockwise. So that in 6,480 years, Taurus will have moved down to the 0 point. Okay, we've seen this. So this is just a recap of those same numbers. And you will notice 8640, the number of seconds in one day. You'll notice that in a half a day, 43,200. Well, if you go back to the dawning of the age of Aries, 4,320 years ago. And these are just more interesting ways that these numbers show up. If you take 25,920 seconds and set each second corresponding to 1 year of the great year, you'll discover it's exactly 432 minutes. 25,920 hours in turn is 1,080 days. And 25,920 days is equal to 72 years in the sacred calendar, which is interesting because I think most determinations of the average human lifespan right now in history is about 72 years. So you could think of a human lifespan as being equivalent to 1 day of the great year. There's an interesting proportional relationship going on there between the total precessional cycle of 25,920 years and one human lifetime. In the Vayu Purana, which is again one of the Vedas, we find verses like this, 360 years, according to the human calculation, constitute one divine year. Wise people know that there are 4 yugas in Bharatavarsa. The first one is Kreta, then follow Treta, Dvapara, and Kali. Probably some of you have heard of the Kali Yuga that we're supposedly in right now, and supposed the age of darkness and the age of ignorance. But you'll notice that they reckon time. They have another. The Vedas recognize as a sacred year that they call, or a divine year, which is 360 of our years. Okay, now here's a tabulation of the Vedic ages. And you'll notice, we'll look first at the total in human years, and we see that the Kali Yuga, the shortest, is 432,000. And then we go to 864,000, 1,296,000, 1,728,000, and 4,320,000. You'll notice that the total, or the Mahayuga, the Great Yuga, is 10 times the length of the Kali Yuga. And that's because you'll notice that the Dwapara is twice, the Treta is 3 times, and the Satya is 4 times. So taking the original term, doubling it, then tripling it, then quadrupling it, adding those together will give us 10 times the number we started with. But again, notice the number that the Vedic ages begins with. 432,000 is the same number that the Sumerian king list ends with. So it's almost as if we have 2 different traditions, but one system. And we see that the Sumerians preserved knowledge about the subdivisions of this Yuga time of 432,000 years, and symbolize these subdivisions by the reigns of these 10 pre-Diluvian kings. And then we can see that once we get to 432,000 years, at that point the Vedic cycles kick in, and then we have these that follow. And using the divine year of 360 years yields this column of numbers. And then when we put the duration in the human years, it's interesting, each of the yugas, such as the Kali Yuga, they were all believed to have a period of transition into the age, then the age itself, and then a period of transition out of the age. And so basically what they did was they took the total age. You'll notice here the relationship between the Kali Yugas, the 360,000, and the Sandhya, which was the transition in, and the Sanyamsa, which was the transition out, are each 1/10 of that, adding up to the total of 432. But you'll notice that we've got the same recurring numbers again. Now there's 144,000 right there. And then we have that raised by another order of magnitude. So you see how these same numbers are recurring over and over again. And I would suggest that there's a pattern emerging here. And I know that for a lot of people, first time they are confronted with this kind of information, sometimes it's almost too mind-boggling. You're going, what the heck does all these numbers mean? You know, it's just too many numbers to sort out. But what you realize once you start studying them is that each one of them is kind of a mnemonic, because each number has a whole collection of phenomena that's associated with it. And it's still in use today. I mean, how many people, I mean, everybody should know that, you know, a square foot is 144 square inches. I mean, anybody who's a builder, a craftsperson, an artist should know basic rules of measurement. The Mayan world ages. Now you notice there, do we see similar numbers? The Baktun, 144,000 days. So it's almost like they took they had the same numbers, but they're now representing smaller cycles. But it's the same numbers representing these cyclical periods within nature. A tun is 360 days, and that was the sacred calendar that we find all over the ancient world. And then they had the 5 days added to that, the 5 unlucky days. So again, we see the same numbers being repeated redundantly throughout these various traditions. And here is a Gothic cathedral. This is the portal of judgment at Chartres. You'll notice that there are four carvings, 4 bas-reliefs around the figure of Christ seated within the mandorla, or also the vesica piscis. the four are representing the four ages of the world, the four seasons of the great year. The bull, the lion, the eagle, and the man. And there's the lion representing the age of Leo, the bull representing the age of Taurus, the man, or in this case an angel, representing the age of Aquarius, and then Aquila the eagle, which rises commensurate with Scorpio, and is therefore considered to be a counterpart to the age of Scorpio. So there you have the four seasons of the great year, each separated, representing a cycle of 6,480 years for each of those four seasons. Now, this had more than merely academic interest to ancient cultures, because it was believed, and I will show you here, that modern science, unbeknownst to the scientists who are actually doing the work, they're confirming the reality of these ancient measures of cyclical time and what their significance is. But in this case, again, we have the four seasons of the great year, giving us total duration for each of the four of 6,480, which, if you now recall, should bring to mind the image of the dodecahedron whenever you think of the number 6,480, the 12 pentagonal faces. Symbolically, each of those 12 faces to the Platonists, the Pythagoreans, and the Neoplatonists was associated with one of the 12 signs of the zodiac. The pentagon, of course, is the human figure. Think of the Vitruvian man, the Da Vinci man in the circle with 5 extremities and your 5 fingers on each hand. The fact that the pentagon manifests the golden section geometry, and we as humans are actually the highest mathematical expression, biological expression of the mathematics of the golden section, which relates us intimately to the geometry of the pentagon and the dodecahedron. Sacred numbers embedded in solar system architecture. I'm only going to show you a few examples of this in order to convey to you the idea. The solar orb. Well, if we measure that, we discover its radius is 432,000 miles, which of course means that its diameter is 864,000 miles. So notice that we measure the sun according to the human measure of miles. And by the way, what is the origin of the mile unit that we use? Anybody know? Origin of the mile? Origin of the mile, it comes from the Latin word mil, which means 1,000. So it's talking about 1,000 something. What would it be talking about? 1,000 what? 1,000 paces that average 5.28 feet in length. It actually goes back, we know that Romans were using a mile that were 1,000 paces, and they would lay out, Rome, for example, had a city center, and everything was measured outwards from that city center according to paces. And those paces were 1,000 of them gave the Roman mile. The Roman pace was a little bit shorter than the British pace, which is where we get our mile from. Our mile, in fact, interestingly, and I'm going to show you a diagram of this shortly, Stonehenge is 105, the outer ring of the Sarsen stone circle measures right at about 105.6 feet, which makes it 1/5 of a mile, or 1/50th of a mile, I'm sorry. That and several other numbers that we find in megalithic structures in ancient England suggest that the mile was actually a unit of measure that was being used as long ago as 4,000 years or longer. And we're still using it today, the same unit of measure that could have been used 4,000 years ago. And for that reason, you know, and once you begin to get into and understand the sacred basis of our ancient metrological or measuring systems, you'll realize that if we convert completely over to the metric system, we're going to lose something very, very profound. All right, remember what was the length of the Kali Yuga? 432,000 years. What was the length of the Dwapara Yuga? 864,000 years. What was the length of a Platonic month? 1/12 of the great year. Anybody remember? 2,160 years, right? The same number of degrees that measure the cube. All right, what are we looking at here? Anybody recognize that? Look familiar? The moon has a radius of 1,080 miles, which gives it a diameter of 2,160. Remember I said that 1,080 or 108, and its double, 2160, was a lunar number. See, this is a clue to you now. There are several references, for example, in the Sumerian tradition describing the ark built by Xisthus, which is being described as a cube. That makes no sense. You think, what kind of a ship is it that would be described as a cube? You know, that wouldn't be very seaworthy, a cube, right? But it's not referring to an actual ship as we think of it. It's referring to the cubing of the sphere. And in this case, the sphere that it's referring to is the moon, which was symbolically considered to be an ark to many of the ancient cultures that believed that the earth was periodically destroyed by great catastrophes. So we have the number 1,080, and we have the number 2160. And then we have the Earth. You know, that's the Earth. And again, because of the spinning of the Earth on its axis, we have this difference between the polar diameter, 7899, or just thinking round number, 7,900 miles, and the equatorial diameter, 7,926. So that creates a 26-mile difference. And thank you for that 26-mile difference, because life on Earth would be a very chaotic affair without that bulge. We see that the diameter of a sphere with the same surface area as Earth is 7,920 miles. And also the diameter of the Earth, when you take it from, if you slice it through the Tropic of Cancer through to the Tropic of Capricorn, that diameter also is about 7,920. So we use 7,920 as the sacred number to represent the Earth, because even though the Earth varies considerably between equatorial and polar diameters, we find that at a very significant piercing through of the Earth's diameter from one tropic to the other tropic, turns out to be 7,920 miles. We also find that if we take a perfect sphere that has the same area, the same surface area as the Earth actually has, its diameter would be 7,920 miles. So that's the number we use for the Earth, which means that its radius is half that, or 3,960. And in most books you read, astronomy and so forth, when they're talking in round numbers about the radius or the diameter of the Earth, these are the numbers they use. 7920 and 3960. Okay. The history of man may be far longer and stranger than we think. The Great Pyramid may indeed not fit in with what we believe about the past and the nature of the world. Thousands of years ago, someone measured the earth with remarkable accuracy and recorded this information in the dimensions of the largest and possibly the oldest stone building on the planet, William R. Fix. Generally, the age of the pyramid is given around 4,200 years, roughly about the same age as the Sphinx. Some of you are probably familiar with the redating of the Sphinx by several geologists, primarily Robert Schoch from Boston University, who has studied the weathering of the limestone composing the Sphinx and the surrounding quarry that the Sphinx is situated in, and has determined that the rock has been severely weathered by water erosion. And of course, this Giza plateau has been desert for the last 4,000 years, so it's not likely you're going to find severe water erosion on the Sphinx if it's only 4,000 years old. In fact, so severe is the water erosion that it's likely that the Sphinx is probably tens of thousands of years old. However, Robert Schoch, in most of his public presentations, usually places it at 7,000 to 9,000 years, but he's told me personally he just uses that because he's deliberately being very conservative because he's in the academic community, but he's perfectly willing to believe that it could be much older than that. And I've discussed the extent of the water erosion with him and discovered that he actually hasn't looked in depth at the comparable studies of rates of limestone weathering, which I spent a couple of months about 10 years ago studying, going around to various places where there were limestones and where you could see examples of limestone that had been weathered, and had looked at, read the literature that had been done on limestone weathering, and had concluded that, it would be a minimum of 20,000 years worth of weathering. And that's a minimum if you took the Sphinx and set it in a climate with rainfall, like say we've been having for the last 3 months, which would average out to about 45 inches a year. Even with rainfall like we've been seeing here in Atlanta in the last 3 months, it would take the Sphinx a minimum of 20,000 to 30,000 years to get the level of erosion. That raises the question regarding the Great Pyramid. Could it be as old? And I see no reason why not. Problem here, though, is you know that the Great Pyramid was once covered in white limestone casing stones, highly polished, and according to Arabic traditions, pretty much all the Arabic traditions and legends about the Great Pyramid concur that the outside of the pyramid prior to the stripping of the casing stones was covered, completely covered in hieroglyphs. And it just boggles one's mind to contemplate what might have been written there. But clearly, I have a hard time imagining a greater act of vandalism in all of history than the stripping of those stones. In fact, there had been efforts to get into the pyramid up until the time of Al-Mamun, which was, I think, around 1200 AD, but they were completely ineffectual. And then somewhere around the 12th century, I've forgotten the exact year, there was a great earthquake in northern Egypt, and it caused most of the buildings in Cairo to collapse, and it also loosened some of the casing stones on the pyramid, which allowed them to get in and pry those stones loose from the top. And all of the stones were then stripped off, and that indurate, high-quality limestone was stripped off and recarved and used in buildings to rebuild Cairo. So I've often thought there's probably temples somewhere in Cairo where maybe some of those original stones are still to be found with inscriptions intact. Of course, I have no idea, but I've oftentimes thought, wouldn't that be cool? Anyways, they stripped off the stones, and as they stripped them off, there was a lot of rubble that fell down and buried the bottom of the pyramid, which turned out to be a good thing because it buried the bottom casing stones from those and preserved them. And so from those, the various researchers could determine what the original exact angle of the pyramid was. And according to most calculations, it was around 51 degrees, 51 minutes, 14 seconds. I don't know if that level of accuracy is credible or not, but 51 degrees, 51 minutes would be. And from there, we can then determine what the geometry of the pyramid would have been and what its original height would have been simply by taking the tangent of that angle, 51 degrees, 51 minutes, and knowing the base length, one could calculate what the original height would have been to a high degree of accuracy. So that's been done by, 4 or 5 different people over the years. J.H. Cole in 1925 did what's considered to be the definitive survey of the Great Pyramid. He was a professional surveyor who did a very meticulous survey after they had just cleared away all of the rubble, and he had access to it. He did it under contract to the government of Egypt. The numbers that I'm about to show you here are mostly derived from his survey. So what we have here is here's some of the original casing stones, and they sit on what's called a socle, which is this base, which was measured to be 55 centimeters in thickness. And of course, you got to bear in mind that this original slope casing stone, it wasn't stepped like that originally. It was a smooth profile. And okay. So here you have, of course, here you see that the casing stones were damaged by the rubble falling down, but enough of them were still intact that one could make this accurate determination of the original angle. Here's the socle, which is 55 centimeters thick, and it sits directly on bedrock. So it actually, what it does is it creates 2 ways that one could measure the height of the pyramid, either with or without the socle. There's also 2 ways of measuring the base. This is a reconstruction from 1991 work on pharaonic stonemasonry. And this shows that outside the corners, which was the core masonry, there are these sockets. And I found one picture showing a socket. This is showing one of the sockets that's still there, that sits outside the core masonry. But based on those sockets, they were able to reconstruct what the original base of the pyramid would have looked like. So here would have been the 51 degrees, 51 minutes coming down, sitting on the 55 centimeter thick socle here, like this. Well, what this did was it gave 2 ways of measuring the perimeter of the pyramid's base. One could be measured from this point up on top of the socle. The other could be measured from down here that included the socle. So what you ended up with was 2 ways of measuring the pyramid's base. Well, which one was the correct one? Well, they were both correct. I think that they were actually intending to embody in there that there were 2 ways of measuring the pyramid's base. So what we have is the length of the base on the socle, which is the shorter of the 2 up there. It was varied from side to side. You'll notice 755 at the smallest to 756 just over at the largest. So there was some variation. There was probably a reason for that variation, actually, but we won't get into that because it just gets too technical for what we're talking about today. But the total of those measured around the 4 sides would be 3,023.139 feet. If you're taking notes, that'd be a good number to write down. Okay, so now let's see what the measure is around that includes the socle, or the base. And we see that each side is roughly 5 feet longer, 760 to 761. Each side, again, is a little different, but we get a total of 3,043.433 feet. Okay, so I'm going to, over here, I'm going to write down a few numbers that we saw through our radius of the moon, diameter of the moon, radius of the sun, diameter of the sun, number of seconds in a day would be 43,200. Number of seconds in a half a day, number of seconds in a full day, 86,400. What were some of our other numbers? Oh yeah, 1440 was one, 7920. Diameter of the Earth, just so they're up there in front of you, we can refer to them as we go on here. All right. So here is profile the Great Pyramid with a 51 degree, 51 minute angle. I've just, to make it easy, I've just rounded off the numbers, 481 feet in height. That would be not including the socle, the base. 755.85, I just picked one to use. And there's our 51 degree, 51 minute angle. And we find that when we measure it this way, it turns out to be almost exactly 11/7. There's some other interesting geometry going on related to the golden section, which I don't intend to get into today because it makes more sense if you're actually studying sacred geometry and you're familiar and you've made these drawings. Because in a sacred geometry class, just like in the old Pythagorean and platonic lodges, we draw, and then we eventually build models. And that's the way to really get familiar with this and get these numbers as part of your consciousness. So I'm not going to get into the connection with the golden section today. When we measure, including the socle, this becomes our height, 482.7575 feet, and the base, 760.9 feet. Okay, those are the numbers we're going to look at for a second here now. If we look at these are various estimates. We're looking at this one right here, the coal height estimate plus the socle at 21.6 inches gives a total of the height above bedrock of 482.7575 feet. So now we're going to go back to the Earth so we can see how these numbers link the two. We take 1 square degree of latitude and longitude at the equator. Pretend we're standing at the equator. Okay, we know that the polar radius now is 13 miles less than the equatorial radius. So what that means is that the circle this way is shorter than the circle. The biggest circle that defines the Earth is the equatorial circle. So a degree of measure on the equator is going to be the biggest, the longest of any degree we measure anywhere on the Earth, the equator. Okay, the north-south is going to be a little bit shorter. And you'll notice right there, we've got 68.7 miles north to south and 69.17 east to west. So it's not a perfectly square unit, is it? It's a little bit distorted. Well, that distortion is totally significant because it's that distortion that is a measure of the Earth's departure from being a perfect sphere. And it's that departure of a perfect sphere that is very significant to us, because without that, again, Earth's orbital stability would be non-existent. Okay, so we're going to divide this up a little bit. If we take this square degree of latitude north to south, longitude east to west, and we look very carefully down in the lower right-hand corner, you're going to see something, a little square. You see that little square? That represents 1 minute, 1/60th of the degree this way, 1/60th of the degree this way. So that's 1 minute of latitude and longitude, all right? We're going to take a closer look at that, and we will see that 1 minute then is 6,045.881 north to south, 6,087 east to west, which is what we expect. The east-west should be a little bit longer, and that's 1 square minute of latitude and longitude. Okay, now we're going to divide each of those lengths into two. We're going to divide our square minute into 1/4 sections. And here's what I want you to notice. When we do that, we take 1/4 of a square minute of latitude and longitude. Look at our dimension east to west, and look at our dimension north to south. And look at these two numbers. In fact, here's an accurate calculation. We take the 482.755 feet, which is the height, and what we discover is that if we multiply that by the number 43,200, which is one of our sacred numbers that we've seen right there, 43,200, it shows up in the Vedas and the Sumerian king lists, etc., etc. If we multiply the height of the pyramid by that number, this is what we come out with, 3,949.83 miles. And notice The difference between the pyramid, which I call the standard polar radius, and World Grid System 72 is only 313 feet over the entire size of the Earth. So we have essentially the pyramid being a scale model of the Earth, the northern hemisphere, at a scale of 43,200 to 1. If we take the pyramid, enlarge it by 43,200, its height, including the socle, now becomes the polar radius of the Earth within 300 feet of our satellite surveys. Then the two measures of the base are exactly the difference between the east-west difference and the north-south difference at a square minute at the equator. Now, the skeptic and the reductionist would dismiss this and say, it's just a coincidence, you're just playing with numbers. And I would say, okay, you can believe what you want, but it's there. The numbers are there. You can take the surveys of Egypt by Cole. You can take the geodetic surveys. I didn't make those numbers up, or I didn't fudge them. And what you discover is that when you expand it by 43,200, which, if the number was just some arbitrary number, but it turns out that the factor of expansion turns out to be one of the critical sacred numbers within the ancient systems. And so here we have the pyramid now enlarged by 43,200 times. And another way to think of it is if we go back to this diagram right here, you'll see that as the Earth turns, every half second, it's going to turn this far. So it means that every 2 seconds, the Earth, if you're standing on the equator, in 2 seconds, the Earth has turned 143,200th part of its total orbit. So if you're standing on the equator, in 2 seconds precisely, the Earth has turned a distance exactly equal to the distance around the base of the Great Pyramid. Now, you can dismiss that as being coincidence, but the numbers don't lie. They're there. And so when William R. Fix was saying that someone somewhere thousands of years ago was able to measure the Earth with great precision, and I haven't, of course, elaborated upon all the details of this. I'm trying to give you the overall picture of how it might have worked. Referring back to our geodetic data, if we look at the various ellipsoids that give the polar radius, and then we take each of those polar radii, going from all of these ellipsoids down, the Clark ellipsoid has been the one of 1880, has been the one used in the United States for all non-military and non-NASA related measurements. We still use on a day-to-day basis. If you take a topographic map, and you're going out like a 7.5 quadrangle, and you're going out navigating with a topographic map put out by the U.S. Geological Survey, they're using the Clark ellipsoid right there. But you'll notice that when we take these various polar radii lengths in feet and divide them by 43,200, you can see the numbers we get right here. Remember, the height of the pyramid is estimated at 482.7575. So looking at this, what you'd see on here, which one would be the closest? Well, you notice it's come out very, very close to the satellite surveys. Given that it's very and see, when you got to ask yourself, well, why is there a difference between the satellite survey of 72 and the satellite survey of 80? Well, if we did another one again with as high a degree of accuracy, we would discover there's still going to be a discrepancy. And the reason is that the Earth spinning through space, there are various tidal forces working on the Earth which are constantly causing it to distort its shape by up to 2 or 3 or 4 or 500 feet. So we never would be able to get more accurate than 300 or 400 feet because the Earth itself is changing shape. And if we were to measure it every year for the next 10 years, we would get 10 different numbers. They'd all be very close, but they would deviate somewhat because the Earth itself, there are tidal bulges. Where's the moon relative to the Earth? That's going to affect. If the moon and the sun are on the same side of the Earth, that will affect the shape of the Earth up to being several hundred feet measured over the diameter of the Earth. And so it is not amiss to say that the pyramid enshrines a measure of the Earth that could be considered as accurate as those determined by modern satellite surveys. That to me is a very profound insight, because it does suggest that somebody once upon a time was able to measure the Earth size and shape with that level of precision. And if they were able to do that, what's the implication of that? See, that's the interesting part. Because no primitive culture, using the method of Eratosthenes in about 300 BC in Greece, he measured the Earth and was generally considered to be quite accurate because he was able to get the circumference of the Earth within about 500 miles of its actual measured circumference by using the methods available to the ancient Greeks, you see. And he was considered to be the first to measure by basically putting a stick in the ground and measuring the angle of the shadow on the longest day of the year over a couple of successive years. That's actually an exercise we do in the sacred geometry class because it's very interesting how he did that. But he was considered to be, you know, pretty proficient because he was able to determine that the size of the Earth was, the circumference of the Earth was, you know, 25,000 miles, when it's generally considered to be about 24,800, depending on where you measure it. So he was, you know, maybe within 50 miles of the actual dimension of the Earth, but nowhere near as close as the pyramid would have been. So again, even if the pyramid was built 4,200 years ago, you know, you got to say who 4,200 years ago had the technology to measure the Earth with that degree of accuracy. Now, that we know of, nobody 4,200 years ago did, or how they would have done it, we don't know. But on the other hand, if it turns out that the pyramid could be much older, it leads us back to the, you know, going back 10,000 or 20,000 years. This to me is one of those little, sort of like the little crack in the dike, that if you don't keep it plugged, the whole edifice of contemporary knowledge could get swept away. Because we can't acknowledge that somebody 10,000 or 20,000 years ago was scientifically sophisticated. That was the days of Cro-Magnon man and Alley-oop living in the cave and so forth. Cavemen, which is a silly idea actually. Yes, I'm sure people did take refuge in caves when things got really crazy out here. Yes, I think people did take refuge in caves. But see, this is one of those things, again, that if you accept that it's not just a coincidence, it opens up a whole can of worms that mainstream science generally doesn't want to address. Because we're the epitome of scientific evolution right here and now, right? Nobody, before we built satellites, could have measured the Earth to within a couple of 100 feet of its actual dimensions. So, given 2 seconds of time, 143,200th part of the daily rotation, a point on the equator will travel a distance precisely equal to the perimeter of the Great Pyramid's base as measured with the socle. In 1/2 second of time, a point on the equator will rotate a distance equal to one side of the base of the Great Pyramid measured with the socle. So here you have a time and space measure integrated into one. The time measure comes in because it's the span of time that the Earth has moved. In 2 seconds, the Earth has turned and moved a distance within a fraction of an inch, being the distance around the base of the Great Pyramid. And so the height of the Great Pyramid measured with the socle is 143,200th part of the Earth's polar radius. So therefore, the Great Pyramid is a model of one hemisphere of the Earth at a scale of 1 to 43,200. So if we took the Great Pyramid and we created a duplicate and turned it upside down and put the two together base to base, that would now give us the polar diameter. And there's something else that's beyond the scope of today's talk, which we get into in an actual sacred geometry class. And this is looking how the pyramid is also the solution of the squaring of the circle, the ancient geometry problem of the classical world, the squaring of the circle. And that has very important implications for understanding the Great Pyramid as a three-dimensional map of the Earth. Because the Great Pyramid's square base is to its height exactly in the same relation as the radius of a circle is to the circumference of a circle. So you could picture that what's happening there, that means that in all maps you have a line of constant proportion, a line of where the scale, you know that all maps that you look at, there will be somewhere on the map where you have an accurate scaling, and as you move away from that line of accurate scaling, the maps become distorted. Well, if you've got a square and a circle of equal perimeter, you see, the Earth's equator, think of as the circle, and you think of this pyramid being enlarged 43,200 times, its square base is now the same distance around as the Earth's equator, right? So if you're mapping from the arc, the circular arc that's the Earth's equator, taking that and flattening it out, and now mapping it onto the base of the pyramid, the 43,200 times bigger pyramid, it's going to be exactly the same length. So there's going to be no distortion around the perimeter of the pyramid's base and the height of the pyramid, which is exactly the polar radius of the Earth. So that, from the standpoint of cartographic information, the particular geometry of the pyramid is very relevant because it is the solution to the squaring of the circle problem, which is something we study extensively in a sacred geometry curriculum. One more example, the Parthenon, to show that this geodetic knowledge was still extant down to the time of the building of the Parthenon about 2,400 years ago. This is the east facade. We're all familiar with the Parthenon. It's almost as well known as the Great Pyramid. Well, if we measure its base in the manner that I'm showing here, it's 100 Greek feet. So how long was a Greek foot? A little bit longer than our modern foot of 12 inches. Before we do that, let's look at the dimensions of the Parthenon. Based upon our American feet that we use, the east facade is 101.2957 ... feet. So if we divide that by 100, we get the length of the Greek foot, which would have been 1.0129, etc., of our American, which are actually the British feet. Okay, I better write that down so we don't forget it. That's good enough right there. There's the width of the Parthenon measured in our American feet. And also notice the latitude of Athens, where the Parthenon is located, is 37 degrees 58 minutes north. And I'm going to write that down, 37 degrees 58 minutes. So it's almost 38 degrees north. And here we have, based upon numerical and proportional relationships augmented by extensive analysis of ancient structures, artifacts, and texts, Stachini, who was considered one of the preeminent metrologists of the 20th century, he determined various lengths of the foot. He came up with the Greek foot of 1.011464. Now notice here we've got the width of the east facade of the Parthenon divided by 100 gives a Greek foot of 1.0129 for a difference of 0.018 inch in excess of the length of the Greek foot as calculated by Stachini. It is acknowledged by architectural historians that the Parthenon was originally built to be 100 Greek feet in width. This would have made it equal to 101.14 English feet when built. Now, if we go back to the length of 1 degree of the meridian, and we look right here at the latitude of Athens, we find something very interesting. Length of 1 degree of the meridian at the latitude of Athens is 68.962 miles, or 364,121.647 feet. So if we take that number and divide it by 60, it gives us the length of 1 minute of meridian arc. Then we divide that meridian arc by 60, it gives us 1 second of meridian arc. And notice what 1 second of meridian arc is, 101.1449 feet. So 1 second of meridian arc at 38 degrees north latitude, given the international ellipsoid and the Clark ellipsoid, you'll know here that it's exact. So in other words, what we have there, the total difference in length of 1 second of meridian arc at 38 degrees north latitude, and the east facade of the Parthenon is 0.05 inch. But again, that's for 38 north latitude, and it's actually at 37.58. So if we make that adjustment of 2 minutes of arc south, this 0.05 pretty much just disappears into nothing. So what we have is the Parthenon, again, maybe coincidence, but here we have the Parthenon being precisely 1 second of arc of the Earth's circumference at that latitude that it's placed. Now again, that implies somebody was able to measure the Earth with incredible precision, if this isn't a coincidence. And I think the burden of proof would be on the person who tries to dismiss this as being coincidental. Because the two examples I've shown you here could be multiplied many times over. We haven't even talked about the Gothic cathedrals and the fact that every Gothic cathedral was built with its own cubit. And that cubit is based upon a multiple or a subdivision of the meridian length at the latitude that the cathedral was built. So you could take many examples of this, and what I'm suggesting here is not necessarily that the Gothic cathedral builders of 800 years ago were able to measure the Earth with that accuracy. But then again, it does seem to imply that somebody was able to measure the Earth, that maybe there has been a tradition going back to who knows when, from the building of the pyramids, coming down through the age of the Greeks, right down to the building of the European Gothic cathedrals 800 years ago, a tradition of very sophisticated geodetic knowledge. Well, again, this opens up a huge can of worms about when people were supposed to, what they knew and when they were supposed to have learned it. So there's another dimension to this as well, and this is, I'm only going to show you a few examples out of hundreds of possible examples I could be showing you. Ancient writings, Semitic writings, and I'm coming with two examples here. The Hebrew ancient writings, which would be Kabbalistic writings, the Hebrew Old Testament, the Torah, the Midrash, all of those. And then the Greek alphabet, the New Testament was written in Greek, all of the Pythagorean and Neo-Pythagorean literature written into Greek. Well, as it turns out, both of those languages, this was prior to the advent of the Hindu-Arabic numeral system. The Hindu-Arabic numeral system is when we came up with what we now have, is we have our alphabet and we have our set of numbers. And they're two different things, right? We use our alphabet for the spoken language and written language, and we use numbers for calculating and mathematics. But they're different. You know, we don't, but prior to the advent of the Hindu-Arabic numeral system, in the Semitic languages, the same symbols that were letters were also numbers. And the key was what you see right here, called a denary system. So Aleph was 1, Bet was 2, Gimel was 3, Dalet was 4, He was 5, Waw was 6, Zayin 7, and so on, down to Resh, Shin, and Tau, 200, 300, and 400. Yud, which was considered the seed of the Hebrew alphabet, had the value of 10. Okay, so units, tens, and hundreds. Then there was a symbolic component to each of the, for example, Aleph originally was the word for an ox. And Bet was originally the word for house. Gimel, originally the word for camel, and so on. Then we get to the Greek system, and it's also a denary system, units, tens, and hundreds. So alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon, digamma, zeta, eta, theta, etc., 1 through 9. Then iota, kappa, lambda, mu, nu, xi, omicron, pi, kappa, 10 through 90, and so on. Rho through Sampi wasn't actually a written letter. It was just simply included to get the value of 900. Okay, so we have the same system, units, tens, and hundreds. So how was this employed? Well, here's an example. Here's aletheia, which was the Greek word for truth. And if you add up the eta, the alpha, the lambda, the eta, theta, epsilon, iota, and alpha, based on the values that I just showed you, the total value is 72. And that's one of our key sacred numbers, because most of the numbers that I showed you here are multiples of 72, 36 or 72. Katabala, which means conception. the first moment of creation. Kappa, alpha, tau, alpha, beta, omicron, lambda, eta. Take the values again directly from the historically authenticated table that I showed you, and they add up to 432. So there you see these numbers showing up here. Yerushalayim, or Jerusalem. Iota, epsilon, rho, omicron, upsilon. This would be the Greek spelling in the New Testament. Sigma, alpha, lambda, eta, and mu. There's the values of the individual letters. Iota, which was 10, epsilon, 5, etc. And when you add those up, you get 864. Again, do we find that number on our list? Yes, we do. These numbers, again, are showing up with redundancy. The Temple of Immortality, Oneos Athanat. Let's see, I forgot how to pronounce that. Athanasius. Oneos Athanasius, that's it. The Temple of Immortality. So if we take that spelling, add it up, it also is 864. And I'll work on my pronunciations for next time. The Holy Ghost, Teotihuacan Pneuma. Pneuma, like root of our words like pneumatic, means the Holy Ghost or the Holy Spirit. Add up those, the value of those, and you get 1080. The Fountain of Wisdom, Pegasophias, also adds to 1080. So these are just a few examples of, then I heard another great voice from heaven saying, "Come out, my people, out of her, lest you take part in her sins, lest you share in her plagues." A phrase from the book of Revelations, and 1296, which is half of the great year cycle. So I mean, these examples could be multiplied by hundreds, literally by hundreds. And this is actually one of the subdivisions of the study of Kabbalah, which is the gematria, the study of the numerical or mathematical basis of language. And what you discover when you go into the mathematical basis of language is the whole thing is constructed upon the same architecture of sacred numbers that we've been looking at here for the last hour. Probably you're all familiar with things like, "Here is wisdom, let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, 666. You ever heard that? Probably the most famous and controversial number out of the Bible, 666. Well, if you want to understand what that is actually referring to, you have to peel back the outer literal representation of these tales and look at the underlying mathematical architecture, because that's where it's concealed. And it actually turns out that the orbital velocity of the Earth around the Sun is 66,600 miles per hour, exactly. And that's one of the first astronomical connections, and then there's many, many more connections with that number that we find occurring in sacred geometry. So all of this, there's a lot of silliness and accretion stuff that's accreted to the belief in that number by basically fundamentalists and superstitious people who don't look at the underlying science. But we will take a couple of minutes here and look at a few things. I lifted up, this is from the Old Testament, Zechariah. I lifted up mine eyes again and looked, and behold, a man with a measuring line in his hand. Then said I, Whither goest thou? And he said unto me, To measure Jerusalem, to see what is the breadth thereof and what is the length thereof. Old Testament prophet, Zechariah. So here was the beginning of his prophetic experience, his prophetic vision, as he sees this man who's got a measuring line in his hand. And he says he's going to go measure the holy city. And when he does see, then what's the revelation that follows? The revelation is the sacred geometry that composes that is the basis of the architecture of the holy city. So the whole revelation is really, it's a geometric revelation. Again from the book of Revelations, and I looked, and lo, a lamb stood on the Mount of Zion, which to anybody who's versed knows that that's a reference to the sign of Aries, the lamb. And with him 144,000, which is this number right here, having his father's name written in their foreheads. What does that mean? Well, it means that somebody who studies sacred geometry eventually you've got these numbers as such an integral part of your consciousness in your forehead, in your frontal lobe, your waking consciousness, that these numbers literally become a part of the way you experience reality and experience the world, because the numbers are all around us in the world. It gives a shape to the world. It defines the periods of time that governs the cycles of our life. And I heard a voice from heaven as the voice of many waters and as the voice of a great thunder. And I heard the voice of harpers harping with their harps. And they sung, as it were, a new song before the throne and before the four beasts. What are the four beasts? The bull, the lion, the eagle, and the man. It divides the cosmic wheel into periods of 6,480 years, which I certainly should add, because that's an important number. So there's a veiled reference to that cycle of time, 6,480. And no man could learn that song but the 140 and 4,000 which were redeemed from the earth. Now, when you get into Kabbalistic studies, you can go to the English translations to lead you into the outer portals. But if you want to get into the inner teaching, you've got to go beyond that. You've got to go back to the original languages. And I'm not going to get too much into that, but the word redeemed is actually a very interesting word. It's talking about the redeemed of the earth, 144,000. We discovered that the word was agorazo, from agora, and it means to go to market. So basically what it's saying is that those who achieve salvation at the day of judgment are those who go out and go shopping. What? Well, isn't that what George Bush told us to do after the, yeah, see? So George Bush, he had his thumb on the pulse of, but actually, see, why does it, what's the connection with going to market? Well, as a place, properly the town square, that should be the first clue, the square. See, there's your geometry. As a place of public resort, by implication, a market or thoroughfare. So the idea first is the idea of a square, because the marketplace would be built around a square, a literal square. So it became associated with the idea of people gathering within this square, see. It comes from, well, agorazo comes from, yeah, see here, so to go to market, by implication to purchase, especially to redeem, And it comes from this root, agora, which is related to this, aguero, the idea of collecting one's faculties. This is the idea of collecting within the square again, right? Well, this, thinking now about, metaphorically, collecting one's faculties, but also to waken or to rouse, literally from sleep, from sitting or lying, from disease or death, or figuratively from obscurity or ruin. It means to awake, to lift up, to raise up, to rear up. So see, all of these ideas are what you're led to once you start going into the original Kabbalistic meanings of the language. So what starts out like go shopping, go to the market, means going to the town square. It means the gathering within this square. So here's the link with your geometry. But then one of the words that we look at when we study the Kabbalistic study of words is we look at the original roots, but then we look at how did they bifurcate and how did they lead, because you can follow the evolutionary paths of language to get back to what some of the original meanings actually were, to try to get to what the authors of these sacred writings were really trying to get to. Because you've got to remember that all of these sacred writings have gone through multiple layers of translation by people who may or may not have understood the original doctrines that were concealed in there symbolically and mathematically. Also from the book of the reference to the new song is very interesting, because, and I would defer later to Jeremy on this, who's been studying the sacred geometry of music, but there is a Phrygian mode of representing the octave that goes from 432 cycles per second to 864 cycles per second. So the reference to singing a new song suggests to me that possibly we're talking about a change in frequency involving life here on Earth, and that those who change their consciousness accordingly will be in harmony with the changing frequencies. And I believe that that is one of the core teachings of this, is that as Earth goes through its evolutionary journey through the galaxy, through varying geometric relationships with the astronomical universe, what is happening is that the frequencies impinging upon the Earth are constantly going through an evolution as well. And part of understanding the ancient secrets or methods of the master builders of old was utilizing the sacred geometry and the geodetic knowledge to create structures that resonated with the Earth, because they were harmonically attuned to the Earth. I think that's part of what's going on in trying to understand the sacred science behind structures like the Parthenon and the Great Pyramid and many of the other temples, is this science of harmony, of the science of resonance, and creating structures that vibrated according to certain frequencies, and those frequencies would be attuned to the slowly changing frequencies of the Earth itself as it goes on its cosmic journey through the universe. I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth were passed away, and I, John, saw the holy city, the new Jerusalem. Jerusalem is the 864, right? 864, that's the Jerusalem. Coming down from God out of heaven, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. And there came unto me one of the 7 angels, saying, Come hither, I will show thee the bride, the Lamb's wife. And he carried me away in the spirit to a great and high mountain, and showed me that great city, the holy Jerusalem, descending out of heaven from God, having the glory of God. And her light was like unto a stone most precious. And it had a wall great and high, and had 12 gates, and at the gates 12 angels, and names written thereon. Now, of course, those names are mathematical keys. On the east 3 gates, on the north 3 gates, on the south 3 gates, and on the west 3 gates. And the wall of the city had 12 foundations, and in them the names of the 12 apostles of the Lamb. And he that talked with me had a golden reed to measure the city. So here again we have this idea of the measuring of the city, because the city is the repository of the cosmic doctrine. The gates thereof and the wall thereof. And the city lieth 4 square, and the length is as large as the breadth. And he measured the city with the reed 12,000 furlongs. The length and the height of it are equal. And he measured the wall thereof 144 cubits, according to the measure of a man, that is, of the angel. Now I find that verse to be particularly potent in its meaning, because first of all we have to ask the question, what are we talking about what is the Bible talking about when it refers to angels? Well, you know, the counterpart to angels are found in all cultures. It's just in the Bible they're called angels, who are the messengers, right, from this other domain. But in other cultures they were usually referred to as the gods. And basically in the Christianization of the ancient pagan traditions, the gods were replaced by the angels, but their function within the cosmic hierarchy is identical. And so the fact that the measure of a man, a human, is the same as the measure of the angel is very interesting, because it's saying that we're somehow linked to the gods through a common system of measure. Horse racing. A furlong is 660 feet, 1/8 part of a mile. Well, here's what's interesting about the furlong. If you multiply it by 12 to convert it to inches, you discover that the furlong is exactly 7,920 inches. Where did we see that number? This is now a test of your memory. The diameter of the Earth. Remember I said the diameter of the Earth taken through the tropics, the sacred number that's representing the Earth? The furlong is to the inch as the Earth is to a mile. It's a proportion. This is a sacred proportion that was intentionally embodied into the units of measurement. So that we lay out a furlong, right, 660 feet, 1 inch, which is derived from our thumb, the width of our thumb, right there, you can check it out. Put your thumb on there and you'll discover it's 1 inch wide. That's the digit. So the thumb is to your foot in this cosmic relationship of 12 to 1. And when you pace, like this is how a pace was generally considered. You start from one point, put your heel against a point, and in every other step you count. 1, 2, 3. 1,000 of those, averaging 5.28 feet, gave us the mile. Right? 1,000 times 5.28 is 5,280. And that was the origin of the mile. The mile is literally a mill, 1,000 human paces. The pace, think about the pace, what that is. Our foot, our pace. Our pace, our foot is what anchors us to the earth. Our pace is what moves us about the face of the earth, right? The most fundamental relationship we have with the earth, our feet, right? That ratio of pace to foot, 5.28. Now, we have, the furlong is 12,000 of these things, right? 12,000, the holy city is 12,000 of these things, 660 feet. Multiply that out, and you discover 7,920,000 feet. So how big is that? Well, divide that by the number of feet in a mile, 5,280, and what you discover is it's precisely 1,500 miles. So what would be 1,500 miles in diameter? Is there some object out there that could be 1,500 miles in diameter? It's certainly described as being something they see in the heavens, right? Well, I'll leave this one an open-ended question for right now, but here's something that's interesting. If we take this number and divide it into, compare it to the Earth to get a sense of scale, Earth 7,920, Holy City 1,500. So we put 7,920 over 1,500, and Cameron, if you quickly do that calculation in your head, you'll discover that 1,500 goes into 7,920, exactly 5.28 times the relationship of our foot to our pace. So here's a very strange correlation. The earth to the holy city is the same as the pace to the foot. What are they trying to say there? Well, one of the implications of this, it follows from this truth. The truth is that we humans are ultimately designed according to the cosmic measure. We were created in the image of God, right? And God is the ultimate cosmic measure. And we, being created in the image of God, embody the cosmic measures. So when Protagoras said man is the measure of all things, what he was implying is that we are the ultimate yardstick for the cosmos. In fact, when one looks at the scale of phenomena, from the human up to the largest macro scale that we know of, and from the human down to the smallest micro scale we know of, where are we within that hierarchy? Right smack in the middle. So there's as much above us as there is below us. There's as much greater than us as there is lesser than us. And I think that's one of the implications of this, is that when we begin looking at our sacred geometry, we realize it's the ultimate fusion of all of these phenomena on all scales, and the ultimate component, or the ultimate symbol of all that fusion is we ourselves. And then, of course, ultimately it's our consciousness, because, like I said, with his name written in our forehead, what that means is that when you study sacred geometry, you're literally building an edifice in your consciousness. You're building a form out of your own, the material of your own conscious mind that reflects this order of nature, of cosmic nature that's all about us. And that's the power, and why study of sacred geometry can ultimately be a key to accessing lots of other things like the Kabbalah and the alchemy and the hermetic wisdom and the Gnostic traditions and the traditions of the Vedas and so forth. There it is, 12,000 furlongs. The city lieth foursquare. 48,000 furlongs on a perimeter. It's also described as cubical. 12,000 furlongs equals 7,920,000 feet, which equals 1,500 miles. The total perimeter, 31,680, that has a profound mystical significance, which we will save for another time. So there it is, a tabulation of some of the stuff we've covered. The diameter of the Earth at 7920. 1 furlong, 7920 inches. The diameter of the New Jerusalem, 7,920,000 feet, which is 1,500 miles. 1 mile is 5,280 feet, or 1,000 paces of 5.28 feet. 1.5 miles is 7,920 feet. And here's the pace to the foot, equals the Earth to the Holy City, which equals 7,920 to 1,500, and there's that magic ratio of 5.28 that links the Earth to this other cosmic entity, for now going unnamed, that relates to our own scale exactly as our pace does to our foot. And what you discover is that if you're taller or shorter, it doesn't matter, because it's a proportional relationship. If you're taller, your pace, my pace is in excess of 6 feet. So 5.28, you know, you're going to have a somewhat shorter, but you're going to discover that the ratio is relatively constant. Because as you get taller, presumably your feet get bigger, with some exceptions, right? I know some little people with really big feet. And here is the Hebrew cubit, which is 18 inches. Remember, 144 cubits according to the measure of a man, that is of the angel. We have the Egyptian royal cubit of 1.727 feet. The wall of the city was 144 cubits. If we take the 144 cubits that are the Hebrew cubits, it's 216 feet, or 2,592 inches. Add 1 0 on the end of that, and we have the great year cycle, 25,920 years. If we express it instead in Egyptian cubits, which may have been the original intent, if not implying that either cubit was legitimate, 144 Egyptian royal cubits of 144 times 1.727 is 248.814. Move the decimal over 2 points, you got 24,881.4. Call that miles. And there's the circumference of the Earth, 24,881 miles. So there's all kinds of information embedded in here, but you've got to have the key to begin to unlock it. Okay, and then also notice that the moon, 2,160 miles, or 17,280 furlongs, if we set the diameter of the moon to the diameter of the holy city, there's our 1.44 ratio. So what we have here is this redundancy over and over again. We have these same numbers recurring over and over again in the measure of time and space, both in absolute dimensions but also in the proportional relationships that result from comparing these various entities of time and space. Ryan was pointing out how he was amazed that a total solar eclipse, you can look at it and you'll see that the disk of the moon is exactly superimposed over the disk of the sun. But obviously we know that the distance of the moon and the sun is vastly different, and the size of the moon and the sun are vastly different. And yet from our perspective, we see the lunar orb and the solar orb, for the most part, of being precisely the same size. Now there is some variation in that, because there's variation in the moon's perigee and apogee from 221 to 252,000 miles. For round numbers, you can kind of think of the moon being 250,000 miles from the Earth. The sun, on the other hand, is, you know, about 93 million. And yet, as we've learned now, the diameter of the moon is 2160 miles. The diameter of the sun is 864,000. As it turns out, if you take the diameter of the sun and multiply it by this number right here, it gives us the distance between the Earth and the sun. And if we take the diameter of the moon, which is 2160, multiply it by the same factor of 108, we discover that we now have the Earth-Moon distance. So it's this 108 factor, this 108 spacing, this proportional relationship. We could express it this way. Solar distance to solar diameter equals lunar distance to lunar diameter, And the value of that proportion is the sacred number 108, as we see embodied right here in Bakheng of Cambodia from the 12th century with its 108 towers. And there are many examples of how these numbers were incorporated into the fabric of sacred architecture. The plan of St. Mary's Chapel, which was part of Glastonbury Abbey and associated with lots of legends about Joseph of Arimathea and the bringing of the Holy Grail to Britain and so forth after the crucifixion. And as the legend goes, Joseph of Arimathea arrived in England, and I think about 60-something AD, about 30 years or so after the crucifixion, presented himself to one of the pagan chieftains and told him that he was on a mission from God, and he was there with his 12 disciples. And the pagan chieftain, Arviragus, said, well, in that case, I'm going to give you some land to build a temple on, or to build a church on. So he gave him 12 hides of land, according to the records and the legends, 12 hides of land. Well, a hide of land, as it turned out, was considered to be the amount of land necessary to support one family with essentially subsistence agriculture. Well, a hide of land was 120 acres. So if the tract of land given to Joseph of Arimathea to build what legend says claims to be the first Christian church was 12 times 120 hides, or 1,440 acres. So there we have that number showing up again in the what would be called the sacred precinct. Well, at the center of this 1,440 acres, he built a little circular temple. And that circular temple, now this again is according to the legend, it hasn't been scientifically proven, but according to the legend, that circular temple, which was built out of wood, was eventually preserved by being encased in lead. And then in around between 500 and 600 AD, it had finally deteriorated to the point where they were going to rebuild it, so they actually rebuilt it in there was a rectangular temple there, but they built the rectangular temple such that the width of the rectangular chapel, rather, was the same as the diameter of the original circular church. That chapel eventually fell into ruin, and in about the mid-1100s, the present-day abbey, which is now in ruins, was built there. And St. Mary's Chapel was built over the foundation stones of the original rectangular chapel, so it preserved those original dimensions, which are shown right here, 68.6 feet by 39.6. 39.6. Where have we seen that? There's a number that's the radius of the Earth right there, or it expresses that in feet. Obviously, we would have to multiply that number by 100, and we get 3,960 feet. But this suggests that there might be some proportional relationships going on here. If we go to the ground plan of Stonehenge, which of course goes back to Neolithic times, which would have been at least 2,000 years before the building of the circular temple, we discover that it's a series of concentric circles. The inner circle of this is the bluestone horseshoe made out of a type of rhyolite, an igneous rock called bluestone. And here we can look at the dimensions of the various circles composing Stonehenge. We look at the Sarsen stone circle, which is the outer one, this one, and we discover that it's 100.8 feet drawn on the center line. The outer face is 105.6. Now, if you multiply that times 5, I mentioned earlier, 105.6 times 5 gives us 1/10 of a mile. So that suggests that that the mile was a unit of measurement being used. The average length of the Sarsen stone lintels, which is this, 10.56. So this average length of the uprights and the lintels that separate them is 10.56 feet. Multiply that by 10, you have the overall diameter of the structure. Multiply that by 50, and you have exactly the British mile that we've inherited, which is now the American mile, since the British don't use that mile anymore, they use kilometers. So we here in America are essentially preserving that ancient sacred unit of measurement that was being used by the builders of Stonehenge. But we go further here, and we will go back, and we'll see that the bluestone circle, 79.2 feet. So you've got the bluestone circle here, 79.2 feet. The bluestone horseshoe, which is laid out tangent to a circle, that is 39.6 feet, right here. So they bear the relationship to each other as the diameter of the Earth, which is 77,920 to 3,960, equals the 79.2 of the bluestone circle to this circle. So we have 79.2 and 39.6. So you see how the very same numbers are built in right there. And that 39.6 was the exact width of the chapel, St. Mary's Chapel at Glastonbury. So you can see that chapel, if you look at the underlying geometry of Stonehenge, you'll see that there's concealed in there the Seal of Solomon, linking the size of these concentric circles to one another. And if we take this rectangle right here, which is in the relationship of the square root of 3 to 1, we discovered that that's precisely the size of this chapel that was the first, according to some, built 2,000 years later. And it links the two. It links a common geometry. There's also the squaring of the circle. I mentioned earlier that the Great Pyramid was a solution to the squaring of the circle problem. And Stonehenge is also a solution, provides us with a solution to the squaring of the circle. The squaring of the circle was the preeminent problem of classical geometry, because these were considered to be symbolical of the two disparate realms of phenomena. The square was all things measurable, rational, finite, material. The circle was all things immeasurable, infinite, spiritual, things that can't be measured. So the squaring of the circle was a problem that resolved the two. You cannot, in geometry, create, using the methods of classical geometry, which allows you only to use the compass and the straight edge. You're only allowed to use the compass and the straight edge, because it was believed that that's what the tools used by the Creator was, a compass and a straight edge, a means of creating arcs and a means of creating straight lines. And when you had those two things at your disposal, you could create the whole infinite realm of phenomena, manifested phenomena, by linking the arcs created by the compass and the straight line. Using those instruments, there is no way of creating geometrically a square and circle of exactly equal perimeter. All there are is various ways of approximating it to a greater or lesser degree of precision. And this is what we find in both the geometry of the Great Pyramid and the geometry of Stonehenge, provide us with ways of solving those problems to a high degree of accuracy. So what we have here is, you'll notice you have a square, and within that square is a circle. We say that this circle is inscribed within the square. At the same time, we also have a second circle that clips the square. See how it clips the corners of the square? Well, if you were actually go out and measure, take a tape measure and go out and measure this geometry, what you'd discover is within the limits of a standard tape measure that we use, there would be no discernible difference in the perimeter of this square and the circumference of this outer circle. And essentially is the solution of the squaring of the circle exercise. But what's really interesting here to me is that when you go from the center of the monument out to the bluestone circle right here, you've gone half of this number, which is 39.6. If you go from here the radius of the larger circle, you've gone 50.4 feet. If you subtract the 39.6 from the 50.4, you get 10.8 feet. Well, remember, the moon has a radius of 1,080 miles. So what you have here is that if you then use, this is the diameter of the Earth, this then is, or the radius of the Earth, then this is the radius of the moon. So you draw a circle on this, and you draw this circle, and now you have the Earth-Moon proportions exactly laid out. So that's what you see here in this squaring of the circle exercise that provides us with the ground plan of Stonehenge. We find that this circle is 79.2 feet, and this circle is 21.6 feet in diameter. So it relates exactly as the Earth-Moon. So here's the Earth, here's the Moon, and here's the diameter of the bluestone circle, 79.2, and here's the diameter of this little hypothetical circle that has been drawn right here with that difference right there as the radius. Now, how is it that those proportions end up here? A coincidence? Does it mean that the builders of Stonehenge had measured the Earth and the Moon? Maybe, not necessarily. It does imply to me, though, that if they were constructing this with reference to some ancient canon of cosmology, it may then follow that they're automatically incorporating these proportions into their structures. But then again, on the other hand, perhaps they were deliberately and consciously setting out. At this stage of our knowledge, we can't say one way or the other. But either way, the implications of it are very interesting and very profound. Oh, let me write down this number, 10.56 and 105.6. And remember, if we take this number times 50 equals 1 mile. And the fact that they were using this and that it is an even subdivision of the mile does suggest strongly that the mile was in use at the time Stonehenge was built, some 4,000 to 4,500 years ago. The number 10.56 is significant, as we'll see. Also, if we look at the ground plan of the Glastonbury Abbey, and here's the chapel, which has the 68.6 times 39.6 dimensions, it happens to be on a line of latitude that if you project due east, it pierces the center of Stonehenge. So it's almost like geodetically or geographically. The guys who laid this out 2,000 years after that were nonetheless either consciously and deliberately or unconsciously linking these two structures through time and space with a common geometry and a common geography, a common geodetic positioning on the planet. And further, it just so happens that this latitude is just over 51 degrees north, which means it's almost the pyramid angle from the equator, going from the center of the Earth. And in fact, if you were to take the Earth, slice it across, and draw from the equator to the Earth's center, and then out to the latitude of Stonehenge, you wouldn't be able to distinguish that angle from the actual 51 degrees, 51 minutes, which is the angle of the pyramid. And that's the magic angle that leads to the solution of the squaring of the circle. It leads to the golden section and so forth. And here is a reconstruction of the original ground plan of the Abbey, which is now in ruins. And this was developed by an architect who was hired by the ecclesiastical authorities in the early part of the 20th century. And he did an extensive survey of the grounds and realized that it was laid out on a grid of squares that were 74 feet on a side. Well, he ended up getting in trouble and getting fired from his position, because when he exposed this, he said, well, it's built on a grid of squares 74 feet on a side, and the full length of the Abbey, if you count, is 9 squares. Well, 9 squares times 74 turns out to be 666 feet. The number of who? Behemah, the beast. Who is the beast? See, this is one of the mysteries. I referred to it earlier. The number 603 score and whatever. Yeah. It ends up being 666 feet, though. I mean, 666. Yes, 666 feet. So the fathers of the Church of England didn't like that, and they didn't like where he was going with this. So he was relieved of his duties. But why would they be trying to embody the number 666 in a Christian church? Well, once you get into the study, I showed you earlier the numerical and mathematical and geometrical basis of language. There are some very important and interesting clues there, because there's some very interesting words and phrases and names that come up with the number 666, and it's not what you would think.
could actually create a dynamo that would work. And in fact, it did work, and it does work. So when we contemplate nature, when we contemplate Jupiter, or we contemplate a dynamo like the Earth rotating in space, we're basically talking about a magnet which is rotating in space. And the lines of flux of the magnet are pouring down and through in this toroidal pattern of the magnetic field. It's also expanding and contracting. It's breathing. It's taking in the energy of space literally and transforming it. Right here in this toroid, we have enough energy to transform the entire Earth.
You said that Egyptian civilization looks as if it just appeared
out of nowhere
from a legacy somewhere else.
Out of nowhere, just
Well,
out of the blue. Suddenly, one minute they're making relatively humble, simple structures, and the next minute they're building something like the Great Pyramid.
Well, this gets into the fact that the capital city of Egypt, of course, is Cairo. And what does the word Cairo mean?
Well, that means Mars.
Right.
It means Mars.
So now, as we go into that, people who might have been with you up until this point, now we've gone even further into the fringe. But what is your feeling of connection between Mars and...
My work all the way along the line has been work of synthesis, bringing together the research of many people who work in this field. And I was absolutely intrigued by Richard Hoagland's work on Mars.
There are some undeniably strange, gigantic structures on the surface of Mars.
Yes.
There's what they call the D&M pyramid for Vincent de Pretro and Greg Molinar. And it's a 5-sided pyramid, very clear, unambiguous, absolutely a pyramidal shape in a pentagon kind of formation.
I was very impressed by the D&M pyramid, very impressed by the work that Richard Hoagland and others have done on that structure and on the whole Cydonia setup. Very impressed by the face on Mars. Now, we all know that NASA came out with photographs which made the face on Mars look like, what was it they said?
A cat box.
A cat box. But I have to say, and I don't think I'm alone in this, I just don't totally trust everything that NASA say and do.
Well, there's lots of pictures where you see a really nice plateau and it's just shaped all the way around, and then the face is sitting on top of it and it's got 2 eyes, a nose, a mouth. Exactly. It's all symmetrical.
Exactly. I think we were the subject of a disinformation campaign at that point. For some reason, the powers that be seem to want us not to think that there may be artifacts, the work of intelligent beings.
Well, and Mars. It's a human face, too.
And it's a human face. Are we dealing with an extraterrestrial civilization? Are we dealing with a human civilization that somehow got to Mars a very long time ago? Who knows? Who knows the answer to that question?
Right.
So I looked at the atom in detail. What I did is I said, wait a minute. We have a density of the vacuum of 10 to the 93 grams per centimeter cube. Is that considered when we look at the atom? No, because in current physics, although that number is used all the time in quantum theory to make our equations work, it is assumed that the vacuum density does not have any physical meaning. We know for a fact now from experiments that actually the vacuum density can be measured in laboratory and has mechanical effects. So if it has mechanical effects, it obviously has meaning in our material world. I wondered how much of vacuum would be present inside the nuclei of an atom. Would that energy be enough to make the nuclei of an atom a black hole? So I looked at the proton, which is at the nuclei, and I started to extrapolate how much vacuum would the proton volume still contain, knowing that there's 10 to the 93 grams per centimeter cube in a centimeter cube of space. How much of that vacuum would still be present in the volume of a proton? I calculated the volume of a proton and found that there is still 10 to the 55th grams in a proton volume. 10 to the 55th grams of vacuum energy is still present in a proton volume. Where did we see that number? 10 to the 55th gram is the mass of the universe. There is the mass of the universe present in vacuum fluctuation, in vacuum density, in the volume of a proton, which is a very, very small entity. This confirms something fundamental to me. It confirmed that the vacuum is truly the thing that connects all things. It showed that everything is entangled and everything is one. And it showed it mathematically.
In this animation, we see the Kabbalistic trees coming together under the genero-active contracting pulses, creating the 64 tetrahedrons of the geometry of space, forming the vector equilibrium at its center.
talking about the energy aspect, and we come to the conclusion that with the complex interaction of the magnetospheric and piezoelectric effects in the materials which consists of, in the materials from which a pyramid consists of, a wave could be created. A wave is a manifestation of energy stored in a built structure which has a certain geometric, conductive, capacitive and inductive properties which could be obtained by carefully choosing the materials of the pyramid to build. The first theories were that it is a piezoelectric effect coming from the vibration on the ground. So we have macro earthquakes that happen all the time in the ground. Everything is vibrating in some way. And crystals, for example, quartz or something, if it is carefully aligned, can create electric field just from the mechanical acting on it. But it would be difficult to be built because we should have to align all the crystals in the spiral structure around the pyramid, coming like a coil from bottom to the top. The simplest way to do it is to use the magnetostriction effect. This is a similar effect to the piezoelectric when you are using mechanical force to a material that has something like iron, nickel stuff that is magnetic. If you hit it with mechanical force, it will produce the magnetic fields.
The universe, with its black hole condition, was the first data point Hermes charted. He next added galactic centers and stars. They lined up in a linear progression with the universe, an amazing result. If the vacuum is the source of the division, then it divides in very specific relationships. The next step was to see if the pattern continued on the other end of the physics scale.
Now we went from stars all the way down to atoms, right across the quantum world, from relativistic equation to the quantum world, and we plotted the energy level of an atom and its radius, and sure enough, the data point lined up again. Now that's a huge jump. And then we went all the way down to the Planck's distance, singularity, and that lined up as well. All the way from universe, which is immense, to a teeny point, billions and billions and billions of times smaller than an atom, and all this, all the data points in between, lining up so very closely to a perfect linear progression. Remarkable. Showing that there is structure, that there is order, that the vacuum is dividing in very specific relationships. And when we start to look at the relationship between the divisions of the data points, we found that the relationships were very close to phi ratios. The phi ratio is found everywhere in nature. When you look at your hand, the end of your finger is 1.618, which is the phi ratio, smaller than the second part of your finger. And the second part is 1.618, smaller than the third part. And your hand relative to your forearm, your arms relative to your body, and so on. Those Fibonacci sequence or phi ratios are found everywhere in nature, in plants, in flowers, the branches of a tree, the roots of a tree, the nervous system of your body, all of the division that produces all of the arteries and the veins of your body, and so on. All phi ratios, all Fibonacci series.